Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm the pun the bun. I'm Domm the bun, and this is bun the pon the bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? We can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian embassy staff member. Then he was...
Friday, Yakuza 0.
The most sacred form of Shura PP is my PP. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins, you be more skins.
Tuesday, Imposter Factory.
Alright, brace yourselves for dead bodies, potentially. Oh my god, there's just more. Oh my god, there's just so many of them, dude.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm the pun the bun. I'm Domm the bun, and this is bun the pon the bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? We can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian embassy staff member. Then he was...
Friday, Yakuza 0.
The most sacred form of Shura PP is my PP. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins, you be more skins.
Tuesday, Imposter Factory.
Alright, brace yourselves for dead bodies, potentially. Oh my god, there's just more. Oh my god, there's just so many of them, dude.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm the pun the bun. I'm Domm the bun, and this is bun the pon the bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? We can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian embassy staff member. Then he was...
Friday, Yakuza 0.
The most sacred form of Shura PP is my PP. It bestows enormous kulipas, if you know what I mean. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Rapture away. Go cleanse your body of impurities. Hey, what's up, fella? Hello, and happy Tuesday. I have a mansion behind me because that's what we're in right now. A mansion. So I got a nice little stairway. We're in the lobby where we spent most of the time last week. So it's a little feature on the stream tonight. We have some interesting stuff going on in the background as far as like updates to the stream, because I always like to give like a what would you call it, like the update notes or whatever, you know, like for a video game. That's how I think of it, or like a piece of software. What's up? How's it going? Happy Tuesday. So my update notes are that Papa showed me this thing called Stream Effects today, which is like a plugin for OBS. So it gives OBS more features because OBS is open broadcast software, so that means it's open source. So people make stuff for it, and Stream Effects is something that adds some pretty cool back-end stuff. So there's a whole new encoder that I'm using tonight, and the encoder is supposed to help reduce the encoding time. So it should help in situations where my network is acting up, so it should be better in a bad network situation. And I think it should hopefully reduce the latency some. It's probably going to be a very small amount, I'm going to guess. I'm not going to hope for a whole lot, but perhaps. It's using my graphics card more, because before OBS was using about 10% of my graphics card, but now about 50% of it is being utilized now. So hopefully that means a little bit more real time, perhaps. It looks if I ever get a 20 series card in there, I can use their even better encoder that's supposed to be even better for latency and stuff like that. So, but my card's a little bit too old for that. Let me move my mic a little bit closer to me. I do have some pizza rolls that I will be eating at the beginning of the stream here, just to make sure I don't get too hungry. But how are you, Stella? How are you feeling? What you doing? How's your Thursday? Do I have any other update notes? Oh, you know, there is something I needed to add to the stream. Let me do that really quick while it's probably just me and you, Stella. But if there is anybody else, hello. Hopefully you've had a great Tuesday. Hey, there's Crispy. What's up? Morning, evening, whatever you prefer. Yeah, how are you? Still just straightening some stuff out on the stream here really quick. Did I put that over here already? Would have been under... I have the promo image for the 24-hour stream. Where did I put it? Why do I not? Am I in the right folder? Weird. Did I not bring that folder over? Hold on, guys. SP promos, is it in here? Yeah, 24-hour stream. Okay. Let me just grab this folder. Images. I can't believe I haven't pulled this folder over. It's my Strange Planet Promotions folder. There it is. And I wanted to add that to my schedule slideshow in the top right, as well as
Your
put it
Honor,
in the center as well.
There appears to be a new subscriber.
Oh, hey, what's up, Lemur? Feel like it's been a minute since I've seen you. Thanks for keeping your sub on, dude. Hell yes. How are you, man? We're playing a pretty fun, interesting game tonight. Imposter Factory. It got real quick last week. It's pretty interesting, and it's somehow connected to the previous 3 games that we've played on Tuesday. So it's all been a series, and it'll be interesting to see how that somehow factors in. I mean, I just assume it does. It could just be that I'm wrong, but I just feel like it should, because it's like it's supposed to be episode 3. Which is actually the 4th game, because one of the games was considered like not a full episode. But yeah, that's not here today. Doing really well, actually. Cleaned my house and finally feel normal. Oh, that's awesome, Stella. That's so good to hear that. Hell yeah. I'm doing good. Is Domm good? Domm is good. He's doing good. Had a good day today, and one step closer to the weekend. And I do have an extended weekend. We have a holiday coming up on the 4th, which is Monday, and I extended my holiday like I usually do, so I get a 5-day weekend. So how cool is that? I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet. I have talked to Aaron about doing a co-stream on Friday with him during his slot. So you might find me on Aaron's stream on Friday. You probably will. I don't know about anything else. I'll probably be doing a lot of back-end stuff with the stream. You know what I mean? Hell yeah, says Crispy. Hell yeah. Hopefully we'll see you there on Friday, Crispy. All right, let me eat some of these. I do have some pizza rolls here before we get started. Yeah. It makes sense you haven't had time to chill. Lemur just had a kid, guys. I don't know. I guess if you wanted me to say that. Spoiler alert. Well, Lemur is a new daddy. So he's been pretty busy. And yeah, the prior games were really good. It's all about, it's sort of like Eternal Sunshine in the Spotless Mind, if you've seen that, Lemur. But what they do is there are these people that come in, and just before a person dies, they edit their memories to make them believe that they did something else with their life that they wanted to, like their biggest dream. So the first guy wanted to go to the moon. So we had to like go in his memories and make him as a little kid want to go to the moon, and like throughout his life go to the moon so that he would end up actually becoming an astronaut and going to the moon. But he didn't actually become an astronaut and go to the moon. He just believes he did right before he died. So the whole game consists of us like going through his memories and sort of figuring out how to influence him the right way, and like crazy things happen, and there's there's a plot between the actual like scientists or whatever that are doing it, and that carries on to like the next game, because so far we've done two different patients. One wanted to go to the moon, the other one wanted to live a fulfilling life without getting rid of his family from his memories. It was complicated. But it's been really cool. But Imposter Factory has not been like that at all. I'll recap real quick. So we have Quincy. Quincy's the main character. Quincy has been invited to this mansion by these rich people, I guess. And I from what I can gather, these rich people are trying to show off some sort of technology that they've either helped invent or something. So he arrives there, and first of all, like, it was noted that the outside looks really shitty, like nobody takes care of the outside of the mansion. But you go inside and it's like super high tech, and I guess the people the two doctors who own it are germaphobes, so they have like this super high tech cleaning system. So and everything's just super spotless and stuff. So, but you go in there and you meet the two doctors. There's two, this old woman, this old guy, and then there's this girl in there named Linry, and they're all kind of like being weird, like kind of acting weird. But then you leave the room and come back in, and you leave the room, and I think out in the hallway at that point. Either way, the two doctors are fucking dead. And they're like, there's blood everywhere, and you're just like, what the fuck? And you like touch the body, I guess, to check if he's alive, and there's blood all over your hands, and you're like, oh fuck. And Quincy like runs into the bathroom and washes his hands really quick, and then after he washes his hands, he closes his eyes and opens them, and he comes back out of the bathroom, and the evening has reset, sort of. So Linry is just now arriving all of a sudden, and the doctor and the doctors aren't dead, and nobody knows what the fuck he's talking about and stuff. And so then you like get further into the night and nobody dies, and then all of a sudden at one point you see two Linrys, and you see one Linry go upstairs after the doctors did, but there was a Linry just behind you in the kitchen, and then you go upstairs and the fucking doctor's murdered again. And you're just like, oh no, or whatever. So you leave, wash your hands or whatever, and you kind of like figure out like there's something about the bathroom and washing my hands and this stuff that resets everything. And then I think you try to talk to Linry about something to try to like get her to understand that there's something going on. And so we somehow convinced her to like come in the bathroom with us and to wash her hands too. And as we're like washing our hands together, Linry disappears, and it's just Quincy back, and he's like supposedly reset. But then you go back out into if I'm remembering this right, you go back out into the mansion and nobody's there, and you're like looking through and like everybody's gone. But then at one point you come back out of a room, and then there's just copies of the doctors just dead everywhere, just in all different ways, just fucking blood on the wall, blood on the fucking rails, blood on the stairs, like everywhere. It's crazy. And then so I think you end up washing your hands again or something like that. Like Quincy ends up becoming like a bunch of Quincy's in a room after Linry comes in and does something, and then all of a sudden it like resets again. And so it's like this really freaky happening. But I think where we left off was he kind of stabilized, and the doctors are dead again, but everybody's now acknowledging that they're dead, and it's being investigated. I think it's last we left off, if I remember right. But like the resets make it hard to kind of remember exactly where we were, but I think there was something like that because we were talking to people and they were all reacting to the murders, because I remember there was one of the chefs that kept like implicating himself, like, if I would have done it, I would have done this, and he keeps like telling the cops, he's like, let me help you out, like if I would have done it, this is what I would do. Anyways, let me catch up on chat. That's the recap. Yeah, but living that dad life, hell yeah. Newborns don't have a lot of time for gaming. Right, oh yeah, they don't leave a lot of time. Yeah, for sure. I can only imagine, dude. I haven't seen that movie, but the plot also sounds like the movie Moon with the implanted memories. Okay, yeah, I can see the connection to Moon there. Yeah, Moon's a great movie as well. Remember you new daddy you. Nice to see you, and hope you and your wife and the Nugget are well. So yeah, we're doing well. Just adjusting to everything. Yeah, I bet, dude. This probably take some time, man. Definitely. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty crazy because, like, how is this all gonna like connect to like Neil and Eva, which were the name of the two doctors from the previous games? I have a feeling whatever the technology that the doctors are trying to unveil has something to do with it. Maybe it has something to do with Neil? I don't know. That's my guess, though. Without further ado, let's get going, though. Oh, wait. I forgot I was moving this picture. Sorry, one sec. Okay, let me see if it picked it up. Oh, looks like it reloaded there for a second. Nope. Okay, one sec, I gotta fix that. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Sorry guys, I know I'm taking forever. Okay, cool. Just had a few last things that I want to get implemented before we got started. Let's do it though. Imposter Factory. Continue. This one was later. 15 minutes. There we go. Alright, here we go. Mark Quincy. This is the bathroom. When we wash our hands here, that's how time seems to reset. There doesn't seem to be any puzzles in this one so far. It's all been story. Do you like the cool guy shirt? Hell yeah, that's something I forgot. Thank you, Crispy. Yeah, I made a new t-shirt. This is a new piece of merch. I don't have an image for the stream, damn it, but here, we can look at it in the Discord. New shirt. Inspired by Domm Chan, drawn by Crispy. I just upscaled the resolution of the words and kind of tried to straighten them out a little bit. But they're like as close to what Crispy drew with their pen as I could get. So there you go. Now I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna make that picture come true. This is Domm Chan, if you guys don't know what we're talking about. Domm Chan. Crispy drew it. I colored it in and made it a sticker. And it's also an emote on the Discord. Well, I think didn't I put it in Better TTV? I think we have it here, maybe. If I haven't put it in Better TTV, I need to. I'm glad you like it, Crispy. Thank you. That wouldn't be a thing without you. Okay, so there's dead bodies everywhere. Yeah, okay, so this is, yeah. And the cops were here? Or no? Was this after the... Because there's so many dead bodies. I don't remember if this is the situation or not. Yeah, look at that. And there's just fucking, like, footprints and shit. Like, the killer's just walking around murdering all of them somehow. Have to get it in blue. Yeah, exactly. I hear you. That's how I'm gonna do it. Let's talk to Linry. Sorry. It sucks eating on stream when it's a reading game. Hey. Linry? What is going on?
I'm sorry. This was going to be about you, but then this happened. I ran more iterations, but I can't stop it. It keeps on happening, and it shouldn't.
Wait, you can't just leave like that. Please, just tell me what's going on.
That's actually what I've been trying to figure out myself. Seems like you weren't reset like the rest, though. Guess that's one more thing to fix.
Huh, so... Okay, now I'm getting confused. So Linry has, like, taken over and gotten maybe in front of Quincy and keeps resetting the time? Is that why we're experiencing so many weird things? So she's, like, ahead of us somehow? Like, we've shown her that one time, and now she's just done more iterations than we have all of a sudden here or something. This is weird. I'm confused, too. I think we're supposed to be confused here. Give me a minute. I just got a couple more pizza bites. Guess that's one more thing to fix. So maybe that Linry we saw earlier was Linry that already knew, while we were following around Linry that didn't know yet. You know? Yeah, I've seen Primer. Primer's the one, let me make sure. Primer's the one where they get in that box, right? And then as long as they stay in the box is like how long they go back in time or something, right? Those guys that invent that little time machine where you have to sit in it for a long time or whatever. Isn't that Primer? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I watched it a couple times. One called Amy's. I like their sauce. It's probably a lot better when I get. Let's get the cheapest Tostitos brand fucking pizza bites. I probably should get fancier ones if I'm gonna do it. Make them taste better. Right now I just eat them because I just don't want to be hungry in the middle of the stream. I would rather eat something else. They start fighting amongst themselves and going further and further back to rewrite history on their enemy. Oh, is that how Primer ends up? It's been a minute, I guess, since I watched it because I don't remember that. I guess mostly I remember the technology you have to use because I thought that was interesting and how it was like communicated was really effective. You know, for being so low budget, they do a really good job of like communicating it because you really believe it. You know, especially like the way they use it feels like, I don't know, pretty grounded, I guess, because it's pretty easy to buy it, I feel. But yeah.
Guess that's one more thing to fix.
Reset?
But this is good. Maybe you can show me what you saw.
What I saw? Well, it all started when I went into the washroom earlier. And then... Whoa, she just activated him like fucking equipment from Neil and Ava's place. I can't remember what it's called for some reason. Sigmund Corp? Something like that, whatever it's called. It is a great movie for the resources they had making it. Yeah, for sure. It just shows you that it doesn't, that doesn't really matter, you know? Like, it's almost like how, I was actually just thinking about this earlier today, how like audio is the most important thing in a video, right? Because you can have shitty video, and if the audio is good, it can still be a good video. But if you have shitty audio and the video is good, it's a shitty video no matter what. The audio will tank it, but the video will not. it's sort of like a similar thing with like movies and stuff, or media, because like the writing is sort of the thing that can tank the whole thing. If you don't have good writing, sometimes that can just tank the entire thing. I mean, there are exceptions obviously, because people like bad stuff, right? If it's bad in the right way, it's so bad it's good. But for the most part, like if the writing is blah, then like no amount of like good animation or great cinematography is gonna save that writing, you know. And that, I feel like that's like sort of an example of that, because like they didn't have the resources, but they used what they had, and just like this fucking stellar writing to make a really good movie, you know. So yeah. Hey, what's up, Tamara? Thanks for coming by, and thanks for the good luck. I appreciate that. I might need it tonight. I don't know what's gonna go down with this story, but we're about to find out. But yeah, I guess the reason, well, I'm still on that tangent. I was thinking about that earlier today. There was this Comedy Central animation that I watched today. It's called like Maurice on Mars, I think is what it was. I watched episode 1, and I just thought to myself, like, that was so blah. Like the animation looked great, you know. There was a lot of cool things about it. Even the setting was fine. Like the character design was fine. Like, it was just the writing, because it's like nothing was happening, and all the jokes, like there was no setups. It was all just like silly stuff, but nothing was actually like a joke. And like it was crazy to see all the comments. Like everybody was just like just hammering on him, dude. Like people were sometimes trying to use nice words, but they were still like saying like Comedy Central hasn't been good for fucking years or whatever, or South Park's the only good animation they've ever made and stuff, basically, you know what I mean? And I just thought to myself, like, that's because the writing tanked this whole thing. Like that's the reason why I think it's bad, because everything else is good. You can tell people worked really hard on this, but it's just the writing makes it not fun. You know. Hope my mom will bring me home a locally made apple pie from where she is going today. Oh, that sounds delicious. More details later. If I talk about food too much, I'm sorry. Hey, no, it's all good, Crispy. You don't talk about food too much. Not at all. It's all good. And that's one reason why I like to eat before the stream, so that you guys can talk about food and it's not torture. All right, here we go. So Linry just like activated Quincy somehow and turned him into like a little robot thing, just showing his memories to her or something. I don't know. So let's find out. I feel like I should crop the screen a little bit more. I don't know if we're using the top and the bottom of the screen in this game yet. You know what I mean? I feel like it's like small on the stream. Let me it's got letterboxing, so let me like take advantage of that. You know what? Let's play the game a little bit more, because I don't know if the map goes all the way to the edges, because then if I do that, it's not actually gonna be able to zoom in. So if I can't like shrink the sides too. If you want a really funny movie, I watched The Bubble last night on Netflix. It finishes a little weak, but the first hour is just hilarious. Really? Okay, interesting. The Bubble. I'll have to check that out, man. I will have to check that out. I haven't watched something funny in a bit. I'm trying to think of. Oh, I did just watch the season 2 of I Think You Should Leave, though. If you guys have if you've never seen I Think You Should Leave, you should check it out on Netflix. It's pretty funny. It's a sketch comedy that's just like, it's very weird. Like everything ends up going in a direction that you probably didn't think it was gonna go. You know. Okay. Anyway, Quincy projecting something out of his eyes. You've seen some weird stuff. This might come in handy. What the pug was that? Funny coincidence, though. That really did make this sink seem like the time... wait. That really did make this thing seem like a time machine. But the chances that my resets lined up so perfectly with the sink... improbable. Okay, so she was the one resetting it the whole time. Okay, he was just creating a superstition. Because he kept somehow syncing it up at the same time. That's interesting, huh? Are you even talking to me? Wait a minute. Am I a robot? Sorry. As I said, I'm just a bit preoccupied right now. But basically, I created this world, and I created you. What? Okay, so they're using Sigmund Corp technology for this. That's gotta be how this connects, right? What? He just still keeps his hands on his head like, I can't fucking believe this, dude. Keegan Michael Key's in it. Well, As we know, Lemur, though, as we found out, that doesn't mean that it's gonna automatically be good. We discovered that with that one show. What was that? That show that we tried out that one night? Oh, I can't remember. The one that Keegan's in. But, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Keegan. But, what was it? The Mike Myers show with Keegan in it. It was so bad. The door's locked, okay. That one door, oh, okay, yeah, this is the door that used to always be locked, so this is where the time machine is. Or whatever it is.
This wasn't something I wanted to show you this iteration, but since I need to keep you around for reference, you might as well go and have a look.
Good point. He is just a supporting character in this one, though. Oh, okay, right on. I mean, man, with all the characters I had in that one, he may as well have been a supporting character in another one too, right? I'm just playing around.
Hold on. Just back up a minute. What do you mean by you created? I mean, what even is this place? I think you'll find the answers inside here. Sorry you have to keep this weird... Wait. Sorry you have to keep these weird memories, though. I'll need them later for reference. But just try not to worry about it.
Not worry about it?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Go on. I'll meet you in there. But, get your butt in there. What a mess. Might as well let this one run its course. I guess the first time's never the charm. But to happen every time? Every time. When... Wait a minute. Hey! You said you'd meet me in here.
How the fuck does this work? It's a stairs down to what? It's like a TARDIS thing, dude. It's bigger on the inside. This whole thing's like a VR world, isn't it? I guess it must be. She just like licked her or snapped her fingers or whatever, and all those dead bodies had disappeared. And then we got this staircase. What is this? Stairway to heaven, dude.
Keep going, Quincy. You must find the truth. It lies beyond the door. Act 2 also lies beyond the door.
Yeah, see, I feel like that I should just crop it down to that square, right? If I could just keep it on that square really quick. There we go. Isn't that better? There we go. Oh, it looks beautiful.
Where am I?
Is this Stranger of Paradise? That's what it kind of reminds me of. As if it was a wheat field. Oh, I should have used my inner voice for that, my bad. Let me make sure that's working. I forgot to test that. Oh, is it? Come on, inner voice. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it's working. Testing, testing.
Where am I?
Got a glimpse of our new neighbors yesterday, and they look like a nice, quiet family. Nice. Sounds good. Just how you like it, huh? Get some good neighbors.
It feels odd to just leave everything behind like this. But why did she send me here?
Oh shit, that's so funny. As soon as I crop everything out, it brings something down from the top. I don't know if it's necessary for you guys to really see it, but it said data. Like I just gained data. Damn it. fucking game using the margins. I think it looks better like this. I don't know. Maybe you guys give me some feedback. Should I show the little bit of HUD that pops out sometimes and keep the black, or should I just have it zoomed in like this? What do you guys think? You let me know. Some neighborly neighbors. Hell yeah. Howdy, neighbor. Like a big whatever works for Dom. Is this big? Is this what you mean by big? Like cropped? I think this is what you mean by big. You like this, right? I mean, either way it works for me. I just like, I guess the only concern I would have is if you guys are interested in seeing that HUD or not. But I feel like even last game, the HUD, it would just show you like how many memory links I had and where we were in the timeline. But I don't know if you guys really care. As it is, yes. Okay, yeah. Because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the HUD doesn't do much for you guys in telling you the story. I feel like what I would imagine as a viewer you would want is just to focus on the story and not as much the mechanics or whatever. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Guess a little bit of black there. Trying to get it just right. There we go. I think I got it there. Yeah, close enough. Alright, so we're walking this field and we see... Is that Linry? Some little girl or something? Hello? Have you rely on your audio cues rather than reading the text on the screen. Right, yeah, and this isn't even text either. I'm just talking about like the last game, it was like the timeline that would just show you the difference, like him as a boy, him as an older boy, him as a man, him as an old man, and where we were, and it would just show you at the bottom like how many things. So it's just like HUD stuff, you know? So I doubt that was like any big part of it for you guys in the previous games. I assume if you're looking at the screen like you're saying, this is what you're talking about, you know? I mean, look how pretty that is. It's all filled up and everything. Looks like a movie. Hell yeah. Hey! Oh, is that a memory orb? Yep, it was. So yeah, see, it just went into the HUD for me. You guys can't see it now, but it just shows that I need 3, and I got 1 of 3. Like, I don't think you guys really care all that much about that part, right?
What was that?
So we need 2 more. You think this is like what Neil went on to do with the technology or something? I just feel like he was always messing with the technology, so he seemed to try to use it like a VR experience, and this feels like that's sort of what this is doing. So, you think that Neil had something to do with that? Maybe? Huh. I think Dolus fell asleep. If we see Dolus today, I might have to wake him up. I think he fell asleep. I get it now. No, that doesn't affect how I enjoy the story. Right. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's not what we're here for. You know, that's just for me, so I can figure out how we need to go forward, right?
Are these people?
Now, everyone stay together, okay? Peter, quit picking on Izzy like that. And Linry. Hey, Linry! I said don't go far from the group, especially you.
It's got another orb.
Linry? Is this the past? But how?
There's a couple gnats in here, so if you see me swinging, it's because there's a fucking gnat. I missed him. Mr. Miyagi would be disappointed, dude.
Now, Linry, I have specific instructions from your parents that... Hey, stop running!
Plagued by the gnats. Yeah, I guess it's just this time of year, because I thought it was so much like my plant before, but there's no way. I've done everything I can to keep gnats from living in my house plant. So they must just be like getting in through the window or something. Like however that fucking June bug got in here, gnats are using the same route, and I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna have to have like, maybe I can just request maintenance, like re-caulk my windows or something. Just make sure they're all sealed. And maybe that'll help. Because god damn it, is it annoying, dude. And I bet that's what it is. Because I do have like a small leaks in my window when it rains really heavily. Like if it's really bad rain, I'll get drips in my window. It's just never been that bad. But maybe I should just have them come and reseal them or something, you know? It would just be so annoying. Gnat fly trap. You know, I've tried gnat fly traps before, Crispy. I don't know why, but they never seem to work for me. I don't know if I fuck it up or what. But I've tried a lot of the homeopathic stuff or whatever with vinegar and stuff and all sorts of different things, and none of it ever seems to actually be that effective. Like I might get like one gnat that dies in there, but it's never like it is on the fucking YouTube videos where it's like, oh yeah, and then I come back a day later and there's fucking gnats all over it. It's like, what? Too many gnats. This is gnat good. Nice, Crispy. I appreciate that pun. When I went to Country Town on Saturday, it was 16°C max, and that's the coldest middle of the day temperature I've experienced since I've lived out here. I lived out of state. Man, that sounds nice. Yeah, 16°C is like where it's at, if you ask me. I knew I should have taken a jacket, but I didn't. Oh. Were you cold? It's a little chilly. Only if it's like super windy, I feel like with 16°C. At least that's how I would feel.
Okay, if you do that again... Hey, the doctor said your participation on this trip was conditional.
The doctor said her participation was conditional? What? The doctor? What was the condition? It was a nice cold, but I should have had an extra layer. Yeah, I hear you. Cold is best when you're prepared for it, huh?
Linry, if you don't watch it... Linry?
Oh shit, and she's like passed out? What the fuck? Go check her out. Linry!
Everything here froze as soon as she fainted. Does that mean this place is all based on her?
What if we just keep walking? Oh shit, what the fuck? The ground just goes 90 degrees? So this is the thing I have to open with the memory things.
This barrier.
Hey!
Cool. I think we passed a shop called Chicago and we were like, I didn't know we drove that far. And we were almost at Texas because Texas is a town on the border here. Oh, nice. That's funny. It's funnier if you were there, I swear. No, I get it. I get it. I totally make joke like this before. There's a, in Missouri, I believe it's in Missouri, there is a city called Paris. Paris, Missouri. Which is pretty funny. What? An ambulance? What the fuck? That was crazy, dude. What's going on?
What is even happening?
I'll tell you what often goes overlooked. Garden fences. Because people look over them Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? Is that statement as like one-dimensional as it sounds? It's probably not too different in Texas and American. It's hot and empty. Yeah, Texas is probably mostly empty, I guess. I never really thought about that, but it's probably mostly empty and just big cities down there. Got like Austin and Dallas, but between it's probably a lot of land. I've never been to Texas, so I don't really know what it's like down there. They just say everything's bigger in Texas. So here you go. Yes, it's a terrible dad joke. Okay, cool. That's all I thought it was. So as long as I'm on the same page. Oh, it's a Linry.
Sorry, Dad. This was all my fault, wasn't it?
You should have been more careful, Linry. But no, this isn't all your fault.
Do you think I'll still be able to go on more class trips?
Well, we'll have to see what the doctor says. Just be patient and we'll try our best, okay?
Okay.
This is the second time it happened, isn't it?
Yeah, we thought it was a one-off. We really shouldn't have allowed her to go without close supervision.
Well, fortunately, the fall was cushioned. These early symptoms can be dangerous. Experimental drugs for them are on the horizon. But in the long run, could one of you stay here with Linry? As for the other, please come with me.
Okay. You had to talk to one of them privately, huh? Drove through Texas once, lots of cow farms. Smells horrible for miles. Oh gosh, really? That's gross. A lot of greenhouse gases kind of just floating around down there in Texas. You passed the Big Apple too? Literally a Big Apple. Nice, nice. Is it just all like American jokes around there? Just to call them something in America, we're just gonna make something over here that's like a reference to it in some way. It's funny.
It's going to be okay, Linry.
We have no culture of our own, except that sick accent, though.
I can't hear what they're saying. Is it because she couldn't?
Makes sense, sounds real. Well, we got a little more data. Our data meter went up a little bit. Because Australia doesn't exist. You can't have culture if you don't exist. Everything is stolen from the US and England. And I guess, I don't know, I assume maybe some of the other surrounding countries. Has there been any influence from them, like New Zealand and, I mean, I feel like you guys have had a huge effect on New Zealand, right? Because it was like the Maori, and I assume Australians also just came and started mingling, and now that's how New Zealand got the way it is today, I assume? I don't know, to be honest. But you guys also have some Asian countries near you as well, right? Like the Philippines are nearby. Got a lot of people from there, maybe? Get some of their culture. What is the difference between Aussie lemonade and regular lemonade? Yeah, perfect question, Pop. We were talking about this earlier. I still couldn't find a definitive reason. Yeah. Do you know if there's a difference, Crispy, what the difference is? New Zealand is our brother. But ask anyone to pronounce their native towns. Nope. That's funny. Is there a difference, Pop? Well, that's what we were trying to find out. I can't remember how Papa got onto it. We were talking about it in Discord. We thought we should ask you. Aaron was saying that I guess in the UK they usually carbonate lemonade, so they usually have like sparkling lemonade, I guess. And I would say, from my experience in America, we typically don't have carbonated lemonade. It's just a flat, I guess. I don't know. It's not really flat. I never had it in it, but yeah, you know. The door is locked. What do we got here? The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint Exupre? Oh man, they really threw me a curveball there. I tried. Carbonated piss, I don't know. Oh, I used to live near Toronto. Oh, nice. They have a Toronto there as well. So also Canada then, huh? That's funny. I bet we have a Toronto here in the U.S. somewhere as well. I don't know. Monster. Oh, it was Monster. Monster came with the flavor of called Aussie Lemonade, and I don't know what is special about it. Yeah, that's when we're like, so what's the difference between other lemonades and Aussie lemonade? Oh, okay. See, for part of that, the word bubble was cropped for you guys because it did let the word bubble go up in that area for me. So, I don't know. I'll have to be on the lookout for stuff like that.
But when will it happen? Tomorrow? Years down the road?
Hey, it's not certain that it'll turn malignant, right? There's a chance that it'll never surface.
But there's a chance that it will.
Then we'll treat it. If you start treatment as soon as it worsens, if it worsens, then we have another chance, right?
Still, it just feels like there's so much left to mere chance. Lenry?
What are you doing here, Lynn?
I can't sleep.
Oh, how cute.
Is there something wrong with me?
Don't worry, Lynn. It's nothing we can't get through together. Is that what's keeping you up?
No.
Oh? Then what's the matter?
The doctor said I can't go on field trips anymore, didn't he?
Not for now, but they are working on something that'll help.
Oh.
Are you sad that you had to end the trip early today?
Yeah. I didn't want to leave so soon. Everyone else got to stay the whole day.
Let's go back then.
Go back? When?
Why not now?
Really? It's late, Bill.
Oh, there's no harm in a little nighttime excursion now and then. Besides, I've got just the thing for it.
Hooray! Are you coming, Mom? It's okay. I'll stay. I'll make some warm soup for when you two get back. Okay.
How adorable. Poor Linry, though. She got a brain tumor.
Toronto is just a few hour drive from Liverpool. That's so funny. Everything is just a reference to somewhere else. That's so funny. That's why it doesn't exist, huh? Our lemonade is made from pure sweat and lemony carbonation. Oh, nice. What a city naming nightmare. It's snake venom injected lemons for that extra zing. Ah, yes, how we like it. You know, our snakes are very friendly. Just like that cute Netflix movie about venomous Australian animals. Yeah, I remember us talking about that. Let's go visit Linry in her room.
Lenry, dear.
Oh, she left.
Wow, is that really a telescope?
Sure is. And I'll show you how it works, too. I'm going to put it in the car, okay?
Okay, I'm going to go say bye to Mom.
Fucking net. Little bitch.
Oh, find you.
We got a little more data there, by the way. Oh, she's just standing there crying in the kitchen. Come on, Mom. Like, jeez, pull it together. Linry's over here making her feel fucking horrible. There we go. This is very different than before. This is pretty cool. I like the updates here. Really makes it feel like the whole technology that is being used here has been advanced, or at least is different, but it just looks more advanced to me. So it's like we're going through Linry's memories, but I wonder why. Because earlier Linry said this was supposed to be all about you, is what she said. So it's like we're playing as the person who's having the thing done to them? Or what? You know what I mean? It's almost as if we're the patient this time. Which would be a very interesting way to play part of the story, wouldn't it? To be the patient instead. Huh. So maybe that's part of what it is. Maybe Linry is... She must work for Sigmund Corp or something. Something like it. I don't know. This is pretty interesting, though.
It's that light again.
Linry, is that you?
I have one memory sphere to go here. Oh, there they are.
It says here that it should be just a bit to the west, but there are just so many of them. How can you track one down?
I think I found it.
You did? I want to see. Wow, I can't believe it. It really does look like the pictures in the book.
Hey, didn't I tell you? You name it, and I'll find it.
What if they don't have a name? All those stars. They don't all have names yet, do they?
Well, why don't you come up here and see for yourself?
Hey, Dad. Do you think there's a star up there with my name?
There's already a star with your name, Linry. It's just not up there.
What? Oh. That's cheesy, Dad. I still like the lavender more, but I'll admit the stars are pretty cool too.
Those stars are the kings of the past. You're talking about Lion King, right? When he sees Mufasa or whatever. You know what's amazing about them, Lynn? Oh, look at this. Even though those stars all shine so brightly, many of them have already been gone for a long time.
Gone?
Yeah, even the stars don't last forever.
But then, why do we still see them?
Well, that's because during the time they were here, they shined so brightly that their light traveled so far, it reached us even now.
Wow. I suppose I should thank them, then. Without them, I wouldn't be able to see the lavender field.
Well, then maybe you should thank the lavender too. Because without them, there would be nothing to see, right?
Yeah. The lavender may not be in the sky, but I like them better that way. I can play with them, smell them, and see them up close. The stars are all so far away, but I guess they got their own part to do too. I wouldn't change a thing about either of them.
Wouldn't change a thing, huh? So if you could be either, which would you rather be?
Well, I still like lavender more, so I want to be a star.
Why star if you like lavender more?
Duh, Dad. To make sure everyone can see the lavender, of course. I'd shine down on the field so bright and make it as light as day. And then everybody could also always see just how lovely it is.
Sounds like you'd make a wonderful star, Lynn.
This is nice, Dad. I wish we could stay up late and come here every week. But, Dad, could I ask you something?
Yes, Lynn?
Why was Mom crying?
Oh, now we leave right as the juicy stuff comes up, huh? Got a little more data, almost 2 bars. Out of like a dozen or 20. Yeah, we're leaving. And then she grows up a little bit. So what happened to the mansion and all the dead bodies? How's this work? Where's that come back in? You're my star, Domm. Aw. Crispy. Let me get some hearts for that. Thank you.
I'll shine so bright just for you.
She goes to the doctor. She does her homework. She was a good girl. And apparently there was a giraffe at one point. And he left. Maybe she just went to Toys R Us or something. Oh. Jeffrey.
Just like the giraffes, the prepared moth is also used to be, or peppered, sorry. The peppered moth is also used as an example of natural selection. Although the experiment has been debated, the hypothesis remains unchanged. Now, when genetic mutation occurs, natural selection decides whether it lives or dies out. If the mutation is good, then the organism is more likely to survive and pass on its genes. And if the mutation is harmful, it is less likely to survive and reproduce, thus filtering itself out.
I guess Linry's not a fan of evolution. Is that the peppered moth that we're seeing flying around?
You feeling okay, Linry? I'm fine. Why? Well, for one, you seem upset. And then there's the whole leaving in the middle of class thing. I just didn't want to waste time, that's all. I was already familiar with the topics being taught. So you skip class to read? What even is that? Microbiology? Oh, come on. You skip Stacy's parties just so you have time for freaking micro blah blah? High school years are for making memories. Huh. You got an interesting point.
Just walks away.
Hey, where are you going? I'm going to find some books on the formation of memories. That's not what I meant. I know, but thanks anyway.
Interesting. Is she part of like how they invented it or something, you think? That could be interesting. She is one of the Sigmund people. She graduated. Very nice. Oh, she's still going to the hospital. That's her parents still supporting her. And she's in, I guess, university here, it looks like. And is this her university or is this like a job? Ooh, a library. Where did Linry go? And this story took a turn I was not expecting. It makes more sense though, because of the whole tie-in to the other games. There she is. Okay, we need 2 more orbs. We got 1. Still a bit behind schedule, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'll catch up. There's still a lot to analyze, but at least I have the data now.
Good. I know it's a lot, but yours is the one I'm looking forward to the most. No pressure. Interesting. So this is her in university, I assume. Medical school. Or just medical science. I guess it's biology of some sort, right? Brain stuff, probably. For the memories. How does this lead to her in dead bodies? That's what I want to know. Now she dropped off her papers. A little more data. Okay, so we're back in the library. We have less view. Okay, there we go.
She's on a laptop.
That's it. I'm dropping out. Damn, dude.
I guess this place is no joke. But come to think of it, why do I feel as if I graduated from somewhere just like this?
Oh, and there he is. It's him. Quincy, that's you. What the puck?
Excuse me. Is this seat free? Seems like it.
Wait, if this is supposed to be the past, and my past too, how come I don't remember this at all? I mean, this place is familiar and all, but... Hey, why is it getting darker?
Oh no. What? Is it really nighttime already? Oh man, guess so. You doze off too, huh? Yeah, I can't believe this. This is the second time this week. It's going to mess up my sleep schedule. You look a bit burnt out. Yeah, well, who isn't nowadays? Actually, how did you fall asleep like that? Well... Jet lag. Jet lag?
Yeah, I just came back from backpacking around the world.
Wow, lucky.
Yeah. But now I gotta catch up.
Wait, you mean... You literally just took a trip in the middle of a semester?
Yup.
Why?
He just shrugs at her and he's like, oh, long trip, dude.
All right, maybe I should just go to work while I'm still sane.
Me too. I got a bunch of essays to catch up on.
Ruff, what's your major?
I'm majoring in liberal arts.
Oh.
Why did it take him so many tries to say?
Liberal arts can be very useful.
I didn't even say anything. That was unprovoked.
Look, I'm being sincere. I don't know why you guys get so much flack around here.
Psh, what are you majoring in?
I'm in well, that's a little embarrassing.
It's okay. Go on. What is it?
Neuroscience. Doctorate, technically.
You bastard. So what? Are you working on becoming a doctor?
Well, no. I'm more into the research side. My paper's on the synaptic modification and encoding of memories. What's wrong?
It's nothing. Well, it's gonna be a long night. I'm gonna grab some coffee from across the hall. You want one too?
Sure, thanks.
My name's Quincy, by the way.
I'm Linry.
Oh, a doctor, huh? I guess these characters couldn't possibly be hospitality workers, right? Wait, hospitality workers, right? I don't get what you're trying to say. I feel like you're trying to make a joke there, Crispy, but I didn't get it. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Anyways.
We knew each other, but I don't recall any of it.
It's because you're just data, Quincy. You're not the real Quincy. You wouldn't understand. My dear boy. Hospitality saying these characters aren't good enough unless they're doctors. Huh. She always has to be amazing smart. Okay. Sorry, still not really following the joke. Okay, and then we studied next to each other a few times. Is that what I was trying to say? Because it was like another day. Okay, another day, another evening. Oh, he brings more coffee. Nice. Or a muffin? No, coffee. Yeah, it's coffee. Okay. Okay, finally. I was like, how many times are we gonna do this? That's what I'm looking for. The force field. There we go. We're hanging out. See each other at school and stuff. In the library mostly, it seems. Bus stop. Lunchtime when she eats by herself. I eat with friends, or Quincy eats with friends. In line to get some coffee. Just passing by, leaving. Passing by on the sidewalk. Oh, then he starts running too. Nice, because he sees her and she's like, huh, what? And then on the, I don't know what that is. Some lobby? And they're following each other. Just like your wife, dude? You just forgot her somehow, Quincy? What the fuck, dude? Okay. Can't interact with that. Having some lunch on the front porch of the school. It's like a big building, but it always seems like only they are there. I mean, I know everybody else's is like some weird shadow silhouette, but it really made it feel like they were the only ones there. Ooh, spoopy. In the library at night, and there's other people here as well. It's like that scene from the Harry Potter movie. Oh, we're in the window.
And how about the Eiffel Tower?
Yeah, it was quite a sight. I mean, there are a lot of taller structures nowadays, but there's just something about the way it stands alone in the horizon.
It sounds nice, seeing all of those places up close. I wonder if it's different from the pictures.
Are you kidding? Of course it's different. It's standing beneath the proof of civilization. Close enough to reach out and touch history.
Hope your anthropology professor shares the same level of enthusiasm. Eiffel Tower, the pyramids of Giza, the Great Wall. Honestly, I've always wanted to go too.
Then why don't you? I mean, if I'm able to save it for a trip, I'm sure you could too.
No, it's just I don't have the time.
Don't have the time? I know you're busy, but surely you can spare a few weeks.
It's not just that. I chose my path a long time ago, Quincy. I have to find a place where I can leave a mark. I don't know how long I have to get there. It's nice catching glimpses of the scenery as I go, but if I were to stop and smell the roses, I'm afraid I'd realize how nice it all is and just stay.
I see. That's quite a dramatic way to put it. But it's also kind of romantic. Reminds me of those stars in the sky.
Huh?
Like, they shine and brighten the earth below, but can't be a part of this world themselves.
Yeah. Something like that. Our time here is so limited. I always feel such a pressure to make something of it.
Well, I guess that always had a different effect on me. When I think of how limited our time here is, I can't help but want to simply enjoy it while it lasts. I guess it's kind of selfish in comparison.
There's nothing wrong with simply wanting to experience the world.
Sounds like something my grandma would say. I mean, that is the nicest way, of course. I mean that in the nicest way. It's just, she always lived life one day at a time, in the purest sense.
Were you and your grandma close?
Sure. My parents passed away in an accident when I was young, so She brought me up.
I'm sorry to hear.
Well, it was a long time ago. I remember when it first happened. People thought Grandma was heartless because she seemed to move on with her new life and routine rather fast. But I knew it wasn't because of that. It's because she murdered them. That was the last one. I was making it up. She still grieved and reminisced about them every day, missing them, even though she murdered them. But she just had this view on life. She was just grateful to be here and take the blissful with the tragic, to be reborn each day. She always joked that, even if the world ended tomorrow, she'd still be okay with it.
Even if the world ended tomorrow. I envy her. I'm not sure if I'd be able to live day to day like that.
Me neither. But I guess it did rub off on me a bit, though, through the years. She passed away not long before we first met, actually. Developed Alzheimer's later in life, and complications got her.
When we first met. Is that why you went on that trip?
You know, when you told me about your paper when I came back, I really questioned the path I'd chosen. I thought, there's someone whose work could make a difference. And here I am, just prancing through life for myself.
It's not exactly an altruistic choice on my part either, to be honest. It's more like an impulse. In a way, I wish I could feel content just being carefree and having fun, but I can't. Sometimes I wonder if I'd be bitter about it in the end.
Well, it sounds like maybe we could keep each other in check.
Maybe we could.
Hey, what do you think I mean, I know we hang out now and then already, but what if you do that, but more? Like, I know this place outside campus that makes the best avocado salad.
Are you asking me out?
Well, if you put it that way. Yeah, I guess I am. She doesn't look amused by that.
I don't think that's a good idea.
It's because I'm a liberal arts major, isn't it? I know. I'm just kidding. But it's okay. I get it. No hard feelings. Let's just...
I'm sick, Quincy. I have been since I was a kid. Every morning I wake up, I'm never sure if I'll take a turn for the worse. I'm a time bomb.
Poor Linry. So is she gonna deny herself like relationships because of that, you think? That's what she's doing here? She just doesn't want to put her burden on Quincy by being in a relationship or something? You think that's what she's thinking? No, little Linry. It's just, and to think, I thought Linry was the murderer last week. She just seems like a sweet gal in a hard position.
Quincy?
I guess I can be quite an arse. Wait, but I can't remember any of this. Is this still really me?
I mean, was he being an ass? What was the last thing he said? I guess it's because he immediately assumed it was because he was a liberal arts major. I guess that was him being an asshole, right? Because that wasn't cool. of him to say that. Like, whatever you can think that, but to say that in that moment kind of makes her look like a bad guy, even though she has the right to deny him. You know, everybody has the right to say no to a date or whatever. So I guess that was him being a bit of an ass. And then Quincy wasn't there.
Excuse me, is this a seat free? It's taken, sorry.
Oh, she kept it available for Quincy. See, it's not that she didn't want to be around you, Quincy. Oh. She looks like super tired or something. Oh, she gonna pass out? Oh, almost did. She got a text message or something? I'm ready for the next force field. Uh-oh.
That's all I've got. But the barrier's still standing.
Uh-oh.
Wait, why does it feel like...
Whoa, he just broke the barrier without the orb?
But why didn't that work on all the other ones?
Yeah, what was that? Huh. Well, that happened for a reason. What's that all about? Okay. Looks to be snowing outside. Oh, Linnery's wearing the outfit that we met her in at the beginning of the game. Fucking gnat! Damn it, I missed.
You made it!
That jacket.
Yeah, I got your message. Wow, that's a lovely dress. Thanks. It's a bit chilly though. I thought we were going somewhere indoors. Oh, wait a minute. When I said to dress well, I meant warmly. Uh-oh. Because of this freaky cold weather front tonight. And, you know, snow and autumn. Uh-oh. Oh, I get it. You wanted me to pull this move on you, huh? What? No, that's not what I... Test pass. Score 1 for Quincy. Come on, follow me. Hey, really, it was an honest mistake.
So do you remember this, Quincy? Obviously not, because he didn't know Linnery when we met her. And she acted like she didn't know him either, but apparently she did. That seems to be a lie.
Hold on. I just gotta make sure everything's still okay up there. Okay, good to go. But maybe you could blindfold yourself for the surprise? I don't think that's a good idea walking up the stairs. Good point. Okay, then just walk up really slowly.
What?
Ta-da!
Oh, it's like the Eiffel Tower?
Is that? That's right, the Eiffel Tower. And you're laughing. No, I love it. It's actually rather thoughtful.
Aw, Stella hugged everybody. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, guys, I guess I could remind you today. That actually reminds me, so I was gonna let you guys know about this in case this helps you guys at all. I found out today because I don't know that much about Twitch still apparently, but I looked into what Twitch Turbo was today because I've never looked at what the benefits are to having Twitch Turbo, and apparently it gives you no ads on all channels. So I just want to let you guys know that, because if it's cheaper for you guys to get Twitch Turbo, sorry, there was a gnat for a second, and be able to watch like all of Strange Planet without ads, and you know, anybody else too, because obviously it's not just Strange Planet. God damn it, it was so close to my fucking face. God damn it. Anyways, then maybe you should get Twitch Turbo, because it costs about the same. It's like a little bit less than 2 subs probably are, because it's $8.99 I think is what it was marked at. So it's like 9 something after tax for me. But you know, that's like the price of 2 subs, and now I don't have to watch ads on anybody, and that's gonna really help me out. You know, when I go to raid people, I don't have to wait that minute and a half for an ad anymore, so I can, you know, check raid targets easier and stuff. So that's cool. But yeah, you know, if that's cheaper for you guys, I just, you know, want to throw that out there, because maybe that's better on somebody. Because as much as I appreciate your subs, and you know, not telling you to throw that away, but if that's better off for you, then that's an option. I want you to know it exists. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I just got it today. It's pretty cool. It also lets you change your name color to any color, which is pretty cool, not just one of the presets. Pretty cool. Interesting. I don't see that on mobile, but may check it out on the computer. Yeah, you might have to sign up for it on the PC. It's weird because I feel like they don't push it. Me and Aaron were looking at it today. We both decided to pick up Turbo today after I looked at it, because there's a couple other benefits too. One of them that's really big for me, I'll tell you about in a second. But yeah, we were just talking about how like I knew that Turbo existed. I had heard of it before because I've seen the little icon, you know, like how I had the little battery next to my name now in chat. But I never knew what it did because Twitch never like sells it, I feel like. Like, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I never see that. And after I saw that it's like no ads on any channels and stuff, it's like, wow, that's great. You know, then you don't have to sub to every single person. That's cool, you know, because a lot of times I sub just to get rid of ads. You know, it's great to support people too, don't get me wrong. But it's just cool to have an option where I can pay a certain fee, and then like, especially for like the raid stuff, it's just so nice not to have to worry about having to see an ad. Damn it, I knew I missed him. I knew I did it. But yeah, so just thought I'd let you guys know about that. But another cool thing for me that I like is, as a streamer, it makes it so that your VODs last 60 days instead of 14. So that's pretty cool. So they get to actually stay up for 2 months rather than 2 weeks. So now all my VODs should stay up for longer, so you guys can, you know, hopefully it makes it easier to keep up on content if I take a while to push it to YouTube. And it helps me make sure that I don't miss pushing it to YouTube, because I've missed a couple episodes of stuff just because of that, a couple parts. But yeah, so anyways, Twitch Turbo, check it out if that's your thing. I totally understand if you want to stop paying your sub to me so that you can go to Turbo. I'm not going to be mad. I just want to let you know it's an option, because fuck advertisements. That's how I feel. Anyways, back to the game. Did you make that for me? Of course. I mean, you wanted to see the world, right? Oh, look, he's made a bunch of little things. Oh, hey, look, Crispy, look at that. Is that the Sydney Opera House I see right there? Huh? And a giant... Oh, that's supposed to be the Statue of David, huh? Okay, we don't actually have to go through it. That's cool. Oh, or maybe we do. We do. Huh. No offense to the real thing, but this is actually kind of clever. It is, right? Wait, what do you mean by no offense to the real thing? I miss seeing Sydney. I weep. I weep. Actually, that reminds me. I think I had set up something a while back and I never used it. Do I have it here still? It's like an asset that I put on here, but I never try it. Probably because I don't even know where the button's at. Didn't I put a button for this? Was it under? Nope. Well, that's why I never use it. Domm. Because you don't have a freaking button for it, dude. Here it is. This is what I was trying to think of. So I can put my eyes there and be like, wah, wah. Did I line that up? It's so hard to line it up and look at it at the same time because I got to look off to the side. I need to make a button for that. That's why I never use it. I have a couple of them too. Let me see while we're here. I also have, I have this one if I get really mad. God damn it, that's Spyro. Then I have stunned. It's just like, whoa. And that's all I got. But yeah, I never use them. I'm a bit pissed off right now because my button-up shirt keeps shifting to the left, and obviously it shouldn't. Oh, is it like the stitching? Is it like the stitching fucked up or something, Crispy? I know when I was growing up, I'd always get like, probably like lemons, you know what I mean? I think there was like another word for it. I can't think of it, but like outlet store stuff, I guess, because we had like a local store that sold clothes and stuff, but the clothes would always be like not quite fitting right, and a lot of times, and like the stitching would go in like a weird spiral instead of straight down your sides and stuff. And I mean, it always pissed me off because it's just like, it would look nice if it fit me correctly. But it was like the only clothing store in town, so it's like, unless I wanted to order it online or go, up to the city, like it was a really easy way to access certain clothes. It was before with no issue, but it keeps turning for some reason on my body. Huh, that's weird. I wonder why that is. Time to investigate. Next stop, the Stonehenge.
Oh, neat. Does the cafeteria know that there are missing trays, though?
I'll return them in the morning.
The Sydney Opera House? I'd love to see an opera one day.
Why wait when you can do it right now?
On second thought.
I mean, I'm no Michelangelo, but...
Duct tape, really?
Hey, I'm on a budget here. Just put duct tape over the crotch. That's what she's talking about. That's funny. Right over the gonads. It's not Big Ben, but it's a bin.
Huh, it's pizza o'clock.
Always. Nice. I would not have guessed that being Big Ben, to be honest. It's supposed to be the Great Wall. Behold, the decent wall.
Wow, please tell me you didn't eat all that takeout by yourself.
I wish I could. I really do. Oh, so there are a bunch of Chinese takeout boxes? Nice. Is this supposed to be like the Leaning Tower? It's got a little Italian flag on it. The Leaning Tower of Pisa of coffee.
Missed opportunity with the pizza bin tower earlier, perhaps?
The Pisa. I get it. That would have been way funnier. You would not believe the number of balls I had to find for this Taj Mahal.
I count 7.
Yeah, that's right. Pyramids.
Isn't one of the pyramids missing?
Yeah, someone's using it as a tarp.
And someone's using these as pyramids.
The one with the bigger vision, I say. Or I'm the one with the bigger vision, I think is what he said. Okay, I didn't have to use my special power breakthrough this time. This time.
This was actually really nice. Thank you for putting it all together for me. Must have taken a while, huh?
Well, I don't like to brag, but you would not believe how much I had to eat to get all the props.
Linry, look. I know you don't have time to be distracted from your goals, but I'm not here to do that. I know you can walk your path alone, but it must be hard sometimes. But perhaps it doesn't have to be like that. If you want to see the world, I'll bring it to you. When you need a reason to keep going, I'll remind you. And if you want to be the sky, then maybe I can be your earth. You're proud of that line, huh? It is lonely, I'll give you that. Walking this road, sometimes I think, if I have to not look in order to keep going, then how far can I really go? And it's not that I don't want to, believe me. Finding someone, settling down.
Maybe it's the cardigan, but I'm putting on a t-shirt instead. I can't look crooked.
And maybe even starting a family. It's not the first time I've thought about it. But all this isn't why I said I wouldn't be a good, this isn't why I said it wouldn't be a good idea.
Still didn't stop you from putting on the dress tonight.
Hey. If it's me you're worried about, you don't have to. I'll be okay. My choice is my own. All you have to decide for is yourself. After all, my grandma raised me to be the way I am, remember? Even if the world ends tomorrow, huh? Even if the world ends tomorrow. But until then,
Oh, how cute. But then Quincy forgot her somehow. How does that happen? So they were like totally in love. We got some more data. We're almost halfway through the data meter. So why does Quincy not remember any of this? Is it because we're in Quincy's head? You know what I mean? Because I feel like every time they made like a representation of the person that they were working on or whatever, working with, the client, it was always like a partial creation of them or something. Convenient amnesia. Yeah, for the purposes of telling the story. I'm sure, I feel like the author of these stories are usually pretty good about like having a reason for what they do. So I'm gonna keep hoping. That's not just convenient. It is convenient, but it's not just convenient. Let's see. So then they were inseparable or something. Okay, that's her in class by herself. Then he got her, you know, some fancy coffee, and she's like, "Oh, thank you." And she goes to the doctor, but her family's not there now. Now they're running together. And she's working in her bedroom. Then they're having picnics. Then she's at a... Is that her parents, you think? In some sort of office? Are they still in school at this point? Oh, there we go. Yeah, they are, because this is them graduating. So I don't know who the white-haired people were, because her parents don't have white hair. The memory was too painful. Yeah, maybe. I'm wondering if it's like somehow they're in, because she said that this was supposed to be all about Quincy, right? Like Linry said that earlier. And so that makes me think that we're in Quincy's head, but these are all Linry's memories. So that almost makes it seem like, well, I guess, come to think of it, everybody was wearing the same gear. So maybe the way this technology works, she can kind of go back and forth, or maybe she just pushed Quincy, this version of Quincy, into her own head. Just like, here, let me give you the cliff notes of who you are. Go to my memories, check them out, and then I'll come back around to you, or whatever, you know. So maybe that's part of it, even. I don't know. It's pretty interesting, though. We're so proud of you, Lynn. Now her name's Naomi instead of Mom.
We always knew you could do it. But I didn't expect you to bag yourself a cute one while you were at it, too. Mom, it's not appropriate for a first meeting. The first meeting of many, I hope. Oh, sorry. I'm just so happy. It's been so many years. I just can't believe how far you've come. You just said you always knew I could do it.
Now, today's for celebrating their accomplishments. Why don't you join us for dinner tonight, Quincy? We can talk about both of your post-graduation plans.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. There you are, Linry.
Who's this? Oh. Those two. Oh, what? I think someone's interrupting this memory is what I'm assuming here.
Those two?
So these two are the butler and the, I don't know, maid or whatever, the servants, let's just call them. I don't know what their roles are, but they're like the servants of the rich people that own the mansion. Hence mansion. At the beginning that we were in the first place. And yeah, so them being here is very odd. Sorry your son had unrealistic expectations of a relationship. Oh, sorry, what? My ex's mom liked me. Oh, I see. And that's what you would have said to her. I see. Gotcha.
You're from?
I don't remember what voices I gave these people. I remember the guy. I think I don't remember her, though. I guess I'll just give her, like, Maya's voice.
Dr. Haynes and Dr. Yu send their regards.
And us, of course, in the flesh.
Congratulations. Does this mean I passed their interview?
The interview? That was just a formality.
To confirm that you authored the paper, mostly.
Did I get him? Damn it.
Say, would you like to attend a party, Linry? A party? Of an introductory sort. On behalf of the Yu Haynes Foundation, I'd like to extend this invitation to you. What should I expect? A professional networking event of sorts. The details are on the card.
Opportunities like this don't come often. We trust that you'll consider it.
I will. By the way, it's a formal party, so do dress well.
She says dress well, but she means the dress this time. Quincy's the one that used that not properly. We got a little more data, but not very much. We're not even halfway yet. I have a theory, but it's far put. I am waiting for more info before I share. Hey, that's fine. That's fine. I get you. Glad to know that you got something brewing up there. Far out. Okay, gotcha. Putting was supposed to be out. Got it. Oh, Stella, did you ever get my message on Discord? A typo reminded me. I have updated the way we add Stella-isms. So for you mods out there, I think it's a mod only thing. there's a format to it. I need to update the command spreadsheet, but I did send it to Stella, so hopefully Stella saw my message. Essentially, it still adds Stellaism, just to put it shortly. It's exclamation point add Stellaism, and then the first part is what the word that was said, and then vertical bar, and then what word was meant, and then a vertical bar, and then the sentence that the word was in, just to put it quickly. It's the vertical bars are very important because that will get it sorted and put in the right column in the database. And so then when you do just Stellaism, it should grab from the database. So I moved it all into the database. I should must have looked at it when super sleep because I read it, but I had no memory of reading it. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, I just have the syntax in there for you, detailed, so you'll know how to use it. Because I got to put into the database, and my idea going forward is I would like to put the Stellaism sentences into the Hangman rotation. So I still need to update the way Hangman works, but it'll make it so where it pulls from the names of games I've played like it already does, my quotes like it already does, but it'll also pull a possible Stellaism sentence as well. So I've made sure that each Stellaism, if it didn't have a sentence that we saved, I just made one up. I just used it in a sentence. So hopefully those will be fun Hangman like puzzles, because there will be a word in there that doesn't really make sense, and so it'll be harder to guess what the letters are. You know what I mean? So that could be cool. Does there need to be spaces between the vertical box? It gets rid of all spaces, so it doesn't matter how many spaces. You can put 100 spaces in there, and it's just going to delete all of them. So it deletes all trailing spaces between the vertical bar and the text on either side. But yeah, the vertical bar is the delimiter, though. So I'm going to try to use that going forward, because that's actually a newer thing that they haven't mixed it up. But that should really help me with the database stuff, so we can use vertical bars from now on to indicate different pieces of data. So there we go. I love that idea. Thanks for including my Stellaisms. Oh, thank you for being so cool and participating in that, Stella. Absolutely. Just thanks for being a great member of the community. What's up, Layla? How's it going? Welcome in. How are you? And do you know anything about Imposter Factory, Layla? Because if you need me to do a recap, I mean, you know I'm happy to do it. So you let me know.
Here again.
But how the heck are you, Layla? How has your Tuesday been? What you been up to? How's school been? Exams and stuff. I feel like you've been in exams for forever. How's that been?
This fountain still looks old and broken down, but the place as a whole seems more maintained.
So yeah, this is that same mansion that we were in the beginning. This is where the fox lives. What does the fox say? Alright, thank you. Finally finished school. Nice. How does that feel? You feel free now? It's a pretty happy day to not have to go back to school. Something I mean, there are elements of school, I guess you could say, I miss, but overall, I definitely don't miss it. I don't miss having friggin' homework and stuff. Okay, what happened there? Time reset? Did we do a loop? Are we done with this set of memories? And then he goes upstairs. I guess it all depends on whether or not we can interact with other people. No, we're still a ghost.
Wow, feels like it's been ages since I last washed my hands here. All these umbrellas. I guess the guests have already arrived.
Wait, how the heck are you? Glad to hear you are done with school. What's been making you happy lately? Nice way of putting that. I do. I'm already kind of missing it though, but I'm glad to be out. Yeah, I could see like right away having missing it. I feel like the older I get, the more I just kind of remember some of the lamer parts. You know what I mean? See these umbrellas, dude.
Only my umbrella is missing.
So you haven't gotten here yet, huh, Quincy? It's a bit past 3. I feel like the time's gonna come up. It was around 3 o'clock as well when we had last looked at the clock last week. Is that the rice machine? Rice bot! Fuck yeah, rice bot. Here we go, one sec. Switching voices.
Would you like rice?
Wait, you can see me?
Cut it out, Rice Pot. No one's asking for rice.
Would Rika like rice?
No, stop it.
Okay.
Rice bot's the best, dude. A strange crystal that seems to glow from within. It's been making me happy. Good question. I've been going on a lot of walks recently with a friend. Oh, cool. I lost connection to a bit. That's cool. Guess I say that helps me out a lot. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Gotta keep your friends close, you know? Sometimes it can be easy to let that stuff slip, I think. I definitely experienced that in my life. Oop. Did I do this? Oh, we'll go ahead and save, because why not? Save. Okay, yeah, we're good. Oh, I accidentally right-clicked. Wow. I didn't know that's what right-click did. I think she went this way. Linry. Oh, yep, here we got a barrier here. I don't have enough memories yet, though. Let's check the cat room. Locked, okay. What about this room we've never been able to go in? We went in it when we started our weird memory trip. Nope, still locked, okay.
But I'm sort of already inside this door.
Oh shit, that was the robot voice, my bad. Let me read that one more time.
But I'm already inside this door.
Sorta. My bad. Oh, look. I don't think I've ever looked at this. A painting of a slanted tree off the mountainside. Sounds like a Bob Ross painting, if you ask me. Maybe we need to go into some of these side rooms, huh? The billiard room. That sounds awesome. I think reconnecting with people can be super satisfying. Oh yeah, dude. For sure. Especially if it's like an old friend or whatever. It's so much fun to be able to strike up that relationship again, you know? And the walks are great outside time too. Oh yeah, honestly, walking itself just is a good thing to do, and something I fucking don't do enough. It's just healthy for your hips and stuff. I know it sounds like an old person thing to say probably, but that kind of stuff can slip away faster than you think. If you don't use it, you lose it. You ever get chased by a goose? Oh, by a goose? That's good exercise. All right, let's see.
Yes, they're ready for you upstairs. Right this way.
Bum, 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 bum.
Hey.
Ooh, I'm a ghost. Okay, nobody wants to pay attention to the ghost. Hey, working vintage record player. Guess we can go into... I feel like the story wants me to go into the bathroom because of the whole washing hands thing, perhaps, but maybe it's the kitchen. There's one more order we gotta get. Not recently, but I have. They're actually kind of scary when mad. Have you? Yeah, I remember one time, I don't think I got chased. I think it was a friend of mine, but like, they're huge and they fucking come at you, dude. Like, I think I remember seeing it happen to my friend. I think we were trying to, you're either getting his boat out of the water or putting it in the water as my friend's boat. But there was this goose that was just fucking pissed at him for some reason, dude. And it just went for him. And he's like, dude, I was afraid for my life, man. Fucking giant ass bird coming at you. It's scary shit, dude.
This place.
There we go. Called it. Just an ordinary sink.
So this isn't a time machine.
Like golden toilet. A duck bit me once. Oh yeah, just beaked you a little bit. And they got those like razor teeth in those beaks, man. Some hardcore shit. I was straight up body checked by a goose jam, and they have barbed tongues and twin twisty penises. Okay, I don't know how the twisty penis came into it, but I get how that could be scary. I don't know if we were near a nest and they were defending themselves, but damn, those geese hated us. They just get pissed off sometimes, I guess. I don't know, man. People need to be nicer to geese because they have a grudge apparently. To be fair, I did just walk up to her and grab her baby, so she jumped up and bit my finger. It was so cute. Oh yeah, just trying to defend her a little bit. There's loads of them in my local park. Me and my mates were feeding them, and I ran out, and one chased me down, hissing and jumping at me. Oh god, that's scary. What the fuck, dude? Get away from me, bird. Long neck bird, I'll fucking twist you up. Get out of here. Okay, this is where they were when we first came in, right? The first time? Actually, I think the other doctor lady was sitting there, not Linry. I think Linry was over in that other chair. She was saying weird shit. Twisty penises, you learn something new every day. Yep, look it up, Layla, look it up. Look it up. Actually, don't do that.
Direct human to machine memory interfacing?
That's right. Well, interfacing and permuting.
But you don't have to worry about that. Knowing your area of expertise, we only expect your help with the former. That sounds fascinating, even though it wasn't exactly the job posting.
Of course not. But it's better, isn't it?
The research you'd be doing here would be far beyond the scope of any other on your list. You understand why it's not on the public posting, don't you? I suppose so, but why me? Surely there are more experienced candidates.
Well, we've done our background check, and your particular
Oh, we could always use some fresh perspective, that's all. And don't sell yourself short. Your paper speaks for itself.
So because she's sick, whatever she's got going on is part of the reason why they chose her for this. That's interesting. See how that plays into it. I don't know if I want to look that one up, not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't blame you. Mama still asks me, who the heck is talking about twisty penises? And I proudly told her, me! And then I proceeded to show her. That's hilarious. Classic Stella for you there. Just beware, you may not see only ducks if you mention twisty penis in Google search. Yeah, you might want to put in there ducks or goose or whatever. I love that so much. Yep. Yeah, it's not on me. That twisty penises, that ain't on me. That's on Stella. I didn't bring that shit up.
Aye, there's no reason for self-doubt. Imposter syndrome is commonplace among talent. Don't let it get to you.
Is that where imposter factory comes from? Imposter syndrome?
Thank you for believing in me.
Well then, now that we're past that step, shall we go sign the NDAs and witness some miracles firsthand?
But I'd already signed NDAs before coming here.
Oh, there's always more NDA and waivers.
Waivers? Bureaucracy. You'd better learn to love the paperwork. Hey.
Doesn't seem like she's the Linry who could see me. I guess this is still some kind of a replay? Human-machine memory interfacing, huh?
So is this like the invention So like a prequel in a way, because it sounds like they're trying to invent the thing. I don't know how this is gonna work, because it's the timey-wimey stuff. Like this could just be like the whole story could take place after, like in a more advanced state than the previous stories, but at the same time we're exploring memories that are that old. I don't know. Because I imagine if Quincy is the patient, that means he's old as fuck, right? Like he's like on his deathbed even. Maybe he's not even old, but he's on his deathbed. Or maybe Linry is, because she's the one that might die, right? Because she's got like some condition. So they could be much older is all I'm saying, if we're in their mind. And they wouldn't have to be represented as the oldest version of themselves, though. So perhaps that's in play here somehow? I don't have twisty penises on me. I don't fuck with that duck stuff. That's a different kind of kink. They do, and apparently 97% of bird species have no penises whatsoever. I didn't know that either. That's pretty crazy. I didn't know that. They must do other things. They sure do have a cloaca, though. You know they got that. No shortage of cloaca. So the machine was in here, so this is where the miracles will happen, right? So we finally get to see the technology. So this is what actually happened during this, and Quincy wasn't actually there. That was just a recreation of this event that Quincy never attended, I guess. Right? Not sorry for what I started. There you go, that's how you live life still. Be proud of it. And as promised, the prototype. It kind of does look like an early Sigmund Corp thing.
Oh my gosh. It's hideous.
You expect us to invest in a printer from the last century?
As Dr. Hayes said, it's only a prototype. Although he does have a taste for rather vintage aesthetics.
Well, look at these holographic screens. You calling that vintage? I'm not one to judge a book by its cover, but if this has the quantum computational capabilities that you proclaimed, it's unbelievably small. And I know we've made significant progress on cooling, but to practically eliminate it.
No, this is mostly a wired client connected to the computing center. Most of the calculation is done elsewhere. That being said, even with Stubbs' cerebral data, its astounding potential is evident.
There's no need to be sorry. Learning is important in your teaching, yeah, sure. Out of Birdsong, Paradise Lost, and this one is the most mysterious and a tad creepy. Oh yeah, absolutely, I agree. I think because I have no idea what's going to happen next. Yeah, they've told the story in such a way, which it's cool that they've done that, because it's like a rule of threes thing, in a way. So if you guys don't know what I mean by the rule of threes, what I'm meaning by that, because there's a lot of rule of threes or rule of thirds or whatever. What I mean is sort of like in storytelling, and often in comedy, it's you see it in comedy a lot, where you have the premise of a joke. You know, you tell a joke one way, and then you tell the joke again a second time, and it's still pretty funny. But then when you tell the joke the third time, or when you do the story element the third time, like in this situation, you do it like you would put it on its head, and you do it like the opposite way. Like if the first two times a character said a joke when something happened, like hey ba 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 or whatever, like bazinga or whatever, and then they do bazinga again, and then later in the show the tables have turned, and then a different character who was the person who was having that said too says it. Like that's the third one. The third one, the payoff is usually the third one's usually got to be like switched in some way. And I feel like that's what they're doing here, because it's like the first one was to the moon, and it was like this is how Sigma Corp works. You know, it's it does have like its weird things that happen to them, but it's sort of like this is how it works. So, and then Finding Paradise, this is how it works, and then it seems like Imposter Factory is like we're gonna turn the whole thing on its head, and this time you're not Eva and Neil, you're the patient or something like that. And so I feel like that's sort of what's going on here.
Allow me to demonstrate.
All right, we've just got to about 50% data.
I wish it showed the actual demo before everything froze.
Oh, there's a little door here. Whoop, 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 whoop. Never heard of the rule of threes before, but it makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, it is one of those things that once you know it about it, you'll recognize it probably more if you ever think about it. Is it too late for a quick recap? Sorry, I hate to be annoying. Oh, no, you're not being annoying, Layla. No. That means I haven't recapped it since the beginning, and that's been a couple hours, so I'm happy to recap it again for anybody who's come in since the beginning. So, so far in... so in the grander scheme of things, this is the third game... Well, it's the third episode in a 4-game series, because one of the games was like a mini thing. But the whole thing basically follows, there's this company called Sigmund Corp, and they have this technology, and they use the technology and offer the technology to clients, which are like people who are about to die. And what they do is they hook you up to this machine just before you die, and they go into your memories and they change what you've done in your past, so that your brain sort of like rewrites your entire past just in your memory, not in real life. To get you to some sort of goal that you wanted, but you never achieved. So in the first one, it was getting a guy to become an astronaut to go to the moon, and Finding Paradise, it was a guy who wanted to, feel like he lived a fulfilling life. So he kind of wanted to get rid of some of his regrets. That became way more complicated than it sounds, but, and now we're in an Imposter Factory, and so Imposter Factory seems to be taking a completely different approach, because in the first two episodes we were playing as people who worked for Sigmund Corp, and that was Neil and Eva, and we were going around people's memories and trying to figure out their past. But Imposter Factory is a little bit different. So how this story has progressed so far, I just wanted you to know about the technology so when it comes up, it'll make more sense. In Imposter Factory, we play as Quincy, and Quincy's going to some sort of party at this mansion. So he ends up at the mansion, and some weird stuff starts happening at the mansion. First of all, people are acting weird at first, but then as he walks around through the halls and to the rooms and stuff, he ends up popping out a hallway, and then the people who own the mansion are just fucking murdered and dead on the ground. So he freaks out and runs to the bathroom to wash some blood off his hands, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And when he does so, he gets like sent through like a time reset, like a time loop got reset. So all of a sudden, the party's just begun again. And as he goes through the party again, he gets a little bit farther in the party, and then the dead bodies show up again. And so he goes back to the bathroom and ends up washing his hands, and it resets the time loop again. And he does that a number of times, and it seems like every single time there's more and more like copies of the same two people dead. It's always the same two people. It's always the two people who own the mansion, the doctors, Dr. Yu and Dr. Haynes. And at one point there was just tons of copies of them dead everywhere at one point, and fucking Quincy's freaking the fuck out. But he meets this girl there named Linry, and Linry seems like he ends up seeing two copies of Linry throughout the night and stuff. So he's like, what the hell? He's trying to like talk to this girl and figure out how she might know what's going on or whatever, because we're like suspicious that Linry's the one murdering people at first, or some version of Linry. Anyways, so what ends up happening is we talk to Linry, we get Linry to come and wash her hands with us in the bathroom and see what happens when the time loop restarts. But that gets us into this point where this is where we're at the beginning of the stream, where we come out of the bathroom after Linry vanished when we washed our hands, trying to show her how it works. And she was already outside, and there was dead bodies everywhere, and she ends up talking about how she's been trying to fix something, and she's trying to do something. She's talking kind of cryptic, and Quincy doesn't really understand what she's talking about, but we're starting as the audience to start out to understand, because she like talks about she mentions stuff about memories, and then says she wants to see what Quincy has seen. So Quincy starts to try to describe what he's seen just now, but instead she just like hits a button, and then he just like projects all of his memories out of his eyeballs for a second. So she's like, and she's using some sort of technology, and she's the one controlling the loop, is what we end up effectively learning out of that scene. And so the fact that us, Quincy, have seen, experienced these weird things in these loops, and the fact that we're not being reset every time she resets the loop, she's decided to keep us as, like, I guess, a piece of data that she's going to return to for reference. And so she ends up sending us into this room. It seems like, my opinion is that she was trying to just like keep us busy and kind of maybe even give us a crash course in who the hell Quincy is, and like myself Quincy, and who Linry is, because we've come to find out that they apparently knew each other really well. But anyway, so now most of the stream has been us going through Linry's life as a little girl all the way up until her adulthood, and she seems to have been like a little girl who has some, like, maybe a brain tumor or something. She's certainly ill, and she could die at any moment. I think it's because she has like a tumor in her brain. So knowing that she could die any moment, she becomes like obsessed with doing something with her life. So as she grows up, she wants to be like do something. So she ends up becoming like a neuroscientist and learning about memory formations and stuff. And while she's going to school, she ends up meeting Quincy. Quincy's just a liberal arts dude who's just like kind of almost like a hippie in a way, where he's just like just living life and enjoying it, dude. And so they end up hitting it off and getting together. And I guess at their graduation, as far as we've seen, Linry got an invite from these rich people for a job because she's like a neuroscience major or whatever, and she like focuses particularly on memories. So the people that offer her the job are the people who own the mansion. And so this is right where we just were. We were just witnessing Linry going to that mansion, which is the same mansion we started out in, that we thought we were coming to some sort of party for. And it turns out that party was actually when Linry came to get like interviewed for the job. So she got the job or whatever, and it was actually like apparently not the job they had offered her. So she was like surprised by like, oh, you want to like interface with human brains in order to edit their memories? So basically what we're finding out, I think, is that Linry is part of the person or the group of people who made the science that the previous two games utilized with the people who were dying. That's what it looks like it's saying, but we'll see. So, but I think the gist of everything that we're seeing here is that Quincy, the Quincy we are, is not the real Quincy, but a construct of Quincy, because he doesn't even seem to remember that he knew Linry. This was all like a new experience to him, even though he's watching himself doing all these things. But yeah, so now we're still in the middle of traveling through this stuff. Linry has not pulled us back out to use us as reference data or whatever, and we're at the point we're at now. It looks like this has to have happened after that party, if it's still going in a linear fashion. So yeah, we've just witnessed the technology for the first time apparently, and she watched the demo. We didn't get to see what the demo was, but now, yeah, this is the next scene after that. So there you go. There's your recap. Any questions? Let me know, Layla. I know I just laid a lot on you. Phew, that's the last box. I told you we get everything here by tonight. Okay, I'm loving the sound of this. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the recap. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's very interesting, very cool. They call this, I think a lot of people kind of refer to this as the To the Moon series, but that's how I've been referring to it. But I think they're called Freebird Games is like the group that makes them. I think they've pretty much, I don't know, I think they've only made these games, but I'd have to research that. I don't know that for sure. I think so. David got it. Thank you again. Yeah, no problem. Hey, what is it?
Are you sure about this? Moving all the way here with me because of my job. You had arrangements back home too, didn't you?
Well, yeah, but nothing like this. I mean the Hugh Haynes Foundation. Whatever you do there, I'm sure it'll be cutting edge.
Still.
Hey, it's okay. I know how much it means to you. And don't worry, I'm sure I'll figure out something for myself here too.
Thanks, Quincy.
Or Quince, I guess she was shortening it.
I'm glad you're here.
Of course. I promised I would. Anyhow, let's just settle down and let you get some rest. Can't have you sleepwalking on your first day tomorrow. See, they got a nice big kitchen. I like it, dude. Need to get like an island in the middle or something, though. Ooh, the bedroom. The good old mattress again. Why does it feel like going from one dorm to another?
It's kind of cozy if you ask me. Makes me think of camping.
You've never really gone camping before, have you?
Not exactly.
Cool, we just got a memory fragment. We need those to advance to the next area. The legendary spare room. It could be anything. It could be a study room. Or a pinball room.
With bookcases over there.
Or a mini golf room.
And finally get a desktop computer over here.
Or a throne room. Alright, Quincy. Such a goofball. And then this room, I guess? The bathroom.
This reminds me. At the mansion today, they literally had a golden toilet.
Literally?
Literally.
Wow. Do they really need to sit on gold to take a dump? They've said that like 3 times in the story now, I think. The slow fade. Oh, there's our shield we gotta break through.
It's morning already.
We're a bit over halfway with our data.
Okay, how do I look?
Well, I don't mean to alarm you, but there's a person attached to your hair bun. And she looks kick-ass.
I'll be back by supper.
Go on, you're gonna do great. Just Quincy standing next to Quincy. Should stand here. Here we go. Just needs to put the jacket on, dude. We'll be twinsies. Let's go follow her. Follow her through the door. Got some gummy worms here. Some yummy, yummy gummy worms. Oh, there's the fox. You've only heard about the fox, you've never seen it yet.
Wow. Is that a real fox?
No, it's just a sentient foxtail. Of course it's a real fox.
Why won't it come out?
It's a real shy fox. Yours have already arrived. Rikio waits for you inside.
I'll go find her. Thanks.
So at one point, this was really well kept. I feel like they're using the front porch as some sort of indicator. Maybe a time period? That's confusing, though, because when Quincy went to go walk in for the party, everything outside looked like it was, like, run down and shitty. So It's interesting that now it seems like after the party it's all nice again and the fox is here and everything. I don't know. Maybe it's not so linear. I guess the party reconstruction also had dead bodies involved. So there's a lot weird with that. Lots of dead bodies. What time is it? Can I check? Does not let me check. That ride symbol though. Hit it, my man. Fucking ride that ride. No, the machine's gone.
Where is everybody? Emil said they'd already arrived. They're already gone to the lab. Oh no. Am I late for the commute?
It's underneath the pool table.
Not quite.
Oh, hell yeah. Badass. Fucking rich people. They've all got their secret labs underneath their houses.
Come aboard. Going down.
If you had a sound alert for jazz snapping hand, I'd trigger it for like for the song, I guess. It's got like some James Bondy vibes, I feel like. Pop, pop, pop.
Welcome to Hugh Haynes Foundation. It's just one of several branches of our core development centers. As you might guess, it's also one of the most discreet. Wow, this whole place. I knew there was something off about this place.
It's right spot.
And this spot. I knew it! It was never just a rice cooker, was it?
Dr. Kim, the rice cooker is on the loose again. Hey, get back here. If the chef slip it down the shaft again, I swear I'm gonna.
It's a rice cooker. Okay. Come, I'll give you a tour.
Fucking rice spot for the win, dude. There's a gnat. Where you at, gnat? I hate how they're so good at like just like disappearing for me. Like it was just in front of me, and now it's gone. Fucking gnats, I hate them all. I was just about to say that James Bond vibes. Yeah, right. We're gonna meet Q down here. Cafe, baby.
The cafeteria and recreational room. The chef sends meals down the shaft thrice a day. Just give them your order. I thought it was strange that there were 3 chefs here.
Yeah, that explains that now. I didn't even think about that. Got a little game over there. Is that caffeine molecule? Red Chef's cooking is the best, I'm telling you. No way! Yellow Chef is clearly better. They have names, you know. Yeah. What are they again? I don't know, but they have them, is all I'm saying. Fuck if I know, dude, but they got them, I'm sure. Guess that's all there is in here. Now on to the room over here.
Here is the residence for on-site collaborators. If things go well, we might invite you for a room here. Thanks, but I've already got a place elsewhere.
So they have these little apartments. Fancy, live in an underground lab, dude. I don't think I would be against that. That sounds kind of cool, you know? I mean, if I was a scientist, why not? Guess you need to be a workaholic to live right close to work, though. Or else that might not work out for you. What's this? Dr. Yu.
No, the project you'll be working on is only one of several that we're pursuing here. But, psst, this is my favorite.
Oh, come on.
Right spot?
Except for you, Ricebot. Shall we show Linnery her station? Sure, the facility is in maintenance, but Dr. Clegg is here as we speak. Also, take Ricebot back upstairs, will you? Of course.
But right spot?
Wouldn't want to hate your job and live right above it, right? Or hell, underground in it, even.
And the human-to-machine interfacing? Not as much progress. We're still focusing on stub data. We got some new hairs on that front. Oh, sorry. We got some new hires on that front. I hope we'll make progress soon.
I love a good ride symbol.
If only I could use Control F on all the printouts.
Yeah, so I gotta put it in a database, dude. Query that data. Query that data. That's what I'm talking about, dude. So I made a database for my stream. Which I remember there was a bug in my database last night I was gonna look at and I forgot. I just not remembered. Oh, I love Ricebot already. Yeah, Ricebot's great. Ricebot's probably my favorite character so far. Ricebot!
There you go. Dr. Louis Clegg should be there. He arrived at residence here a few days earlier. I believe you've already met at the party. I remember. Let's go, Ricebot.
Right spot, right spot.
He's always got enough rice for everybody, dude. That's what you gotta love about Ricebot. Alright, there was one more room back here we didn't go in, and I bet it's got our final memory orb. We are short one memory orb. I know you guys can't see it, but we are short one. I assume it's gonna be in here. Oh, dude, fancy. This is where the doctors hang out.
Of course, it's an honor to have you here.
Thank you. I'll do my best.
Oh, let's see. He's on the radio.
Dr. Haynes, are you still there?
Excuse me. I'm here.
Regarding the contract, it's not in our interest to fund the project without a say on the board.
The board is not the only way to have a say, Mr. Armstrong.
You should go meet Dr. Yu in the West Wing. She's in charge of our research team.
Okay, now I have enough orbs
To go to the West Wing. The Western Wing.
I think there was an old TV show called The West Wing, right? About the White House. Yeah, it's this guy.
So, fresh doctorate, huh? To be honest, I was surprised when I saw you at the party the other day. But to actually see you here...
Dr. Yu said the paper has been helpful to the project. I'll try my best to apply my findings.
Your paper? I've read your paper. No offense, but there's nothing there that she didn't already know.
What do you mean?
What they had done here, I've deconstructed it. There's no way they had made all this progress without having already known about your findings. Dr. Yu and her team must have already figured it out all out years ago.
Well, wouldn't they have just implanted it in their own memories? Wouldn't that be like what they'd want to do? I don't think it works that way though. It's just supposed to change your memories, not actually change time, right? I wonder if that's something like that's happening. They already knew what she wrote because they could tell themselves in the past somehow.
Years ago? But then, why were their findings not published?
Are you serious? This is some pursuit, or this isn't some purist academia spreading knowledge for the betterment of humanity. I'd say money, but the interest groups involved here are a lot more complicated than that. Regardless, look. If you're looking to make a difference in the world, this is still the place. It may be a while before the public gets a taste, but here is where it all starts. Ooh, a door appears.
I'm surprised the state-of-the-art quantum computer still looks like this.
The vintage aesthetic is just an homage. It didn't even look like this with the glass back then. Nope. Through the door now, Quincy. There you go, buddy. Okay, so then we went through life for a little bit, and Linry was helping by doing her job and stuff, and then we end up in the office talking to Dr. Yu.
Thank you again for having me here. I'm learning so much already. Fitting in well, I take it? We'll introduce you to the main project on Monday. Do keep the confidentiality in mind. I'll be ready. I'm home.
Hey, how was work?
Not bad for a first week. I think I'm getting the hang of it. What you making there?
Oh, just you wait. For the most amazing carrot cake you'll ever eat. It's kind of cool to have them doing this like sort of fast forwarding through memories thing. Because before it used to be a lot slower because each memory was like a little puzzle that you'd have to figure out. Oh, a cat ate the fish, I guess? Well, I'm pretty sure I found the issue. Mind staying in a bit longer to run some tests?
Sure, I'm here to help.
Come on, Quincy, come on, dude. What are you doing?
Hey, sorry I'm back late.
Everything okay?
Yeah, there's always issues to fix, but we'll get through it.
Of course. They got you. I'll go heat up dinner. Okay. Just now she's not at home as much. I guess that's like a point they're trying to make there. You know, doing some sciencey stuff.
The interface module is still behind schedule, although we are making progress.
But the investors are expecting a demo. Are you sure it'll be ready for the next visit?
Yeah, we'll make it. By the way, have you thought more about the residence offer, Linry? We even have a vacant room ready for you. Everything would surely be easier that way.
Yeah, but what about Quincy, dude? What about his love?
Sorry, I'm so late again. I had to...
Oh, you sat there and waited for it until he fell asleep. Poor guy. Going into the scanning machine. Eating with them at work. We're at a right spot. Well, regulations be damned, but progress is progress. Still, you sure you want to demo this next week?
Yes. It's an honor, really. It's come a long way. I'm glad I could be a part of this.
What if this is a part of the demo and Quincy got mixed up in the demo somehow?
Shoot, I forgot it was today.
Is it her birthday? Is this supposed to be like an Eiffel Tower thing? A reference to that date? Oh, poor Quincy, dude. He just wants to love her. Let me love you. Through the door. Okay, now what? Oh, I can walk off the path there. Living at the campus on your own?
But we've got this place. I haven't agreed to it yet.
But you're seriously thinking about it.
I mean, it'd only be for a while. That's what you said about working late. Now it's every night. I know. It's just... We're doing something amazing, Quinns. And we're so close. This could change the world. This is what I've always wanted to do. Look, I know I haven't been around for us as much as I should. I'm sorry about that. But I thought we both knew what I had to do from the start. Didn't you? You said you understood, and that you'd give me a reason to keep going. That you'd bring me to the world to... That you'd bring me the world to see, so I can stay and do this. I know it sounds selfish, but I never asked for it. I never would have said yes if I knew I wasn't what you really wanted. Of course I wanted to. I wouldn't still be here if it weren't. I meant what I said, and I've been trying so hard to do just that. It's just... I just thought we'd still be able to have more than just this. I know I said that I'd bring you the world, but I guess at some point, still wanted to see the world with you, too. And now, it all just feels farther and farther away. This isn't really fair to you, though, is it? Guess I don't know what I was really expecting. I'm sorry. I really can't stay and talk more about this right now. I'm already so late, and we're supposed to be presenting our progress to the investors today. But we'll talk about this later, okay?
Yeah. Poor Quincy, dude. But I mean, it's not like she's being horrible either, because I mean, she did have a really good point, and that he was like, yeah, you know, I'll do whatever it takes so that you can do what you have to do to do what you want to do, or whatever. And that's what she wants to do. Oh, is this where I came from? Oh, I'm supposed to follow her, duh. No, the cops are here. What the fuck? Oh god. What happened?
Hey. What's happened here?
The premise is closed. Are you affiliated?
I work here.
Linry!
Al, what's going on? Was that Louis?
It didn't work. The investors were already here and we were waiting in. So Louis, he did the demo in your place and they wanted a live test.
He did the demo in my place?
Dr. Haynes and Dr. Yu are still inside talking with the others, they said. Linry, wait! Oh shit, dude. Louis died. Dude, that's pretty fucked up, man. How? Fucking lobotomized him? Police are taking statements. But what good is a memory interfacing machine if it kills the user?
We don't know that for sure. It's just one failed attempt.
Well, good luck with more attempts under all the regulations this is going to trigger. We are under the radar. We can get around those. No, you were under the radar.
Yeah, and now you're like totally over it.
Either way, if there's a fundamental incompatibility with writing the memories, that surely doesn't bode well for the core of the project.
Oh, you bunch are so pessimistic. Haven't you heard of pivoting? Let's not lose our heads over a little setback.
How is it a little setback?
Yeah. What's even the point of memory interfacing if they die in the process? Well?
Is that how it ends up being, like, just for people who are about to die? It's like, actually, that whole time Neil and Eva were killing them also by finishing their job. Is that how that works? That'd be a twist, man. Linry.
Wait, Linry!
I'm thoroughly spooked. Pretty crazy, right? Now we have a door. It's a pretty cool story. It's fun having, like, been told the story in this order and this final one in this way, just because we can use everything we learned about in the first few stories to try to imagine what's going on here. So they caught her outside and talked to her, and she dropped her briefcase and left.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound.
Hey, you're back early.
What's wrong? want to go.
You want to live at the residence?
No. I want to go see the world with you.
Oh. Well, Quincy's probably pretty happy to hear that, huh? Okay, we got an airport, so we did go. Interesting. So does Linry have to come back after leaving and fix some I don't know. I feel like one of them is going to be an old person about to die. That's all I can think. Someone charging their phone, right? Okay, we got you some memory orbs here. So this is in Pelly. The Eiffel Tower. Oh, so beautiful. Aw, they hold hands. I got somebody selling little Eiffel Tower figures. Stonehenge, nice. Aw, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if you missed it earlier or not, Layla, but for anybody who missed it, earlier in the story, Quincy had made a bunch of, like, shitty representations of all these places all over the world because he wanted to take Linry around the world or whatever, but she couldn't actually go anywhere. And, you know, because she was trying to get her doctorate and stuff. And so these are now, like, the same places. Like, it seems to be so far in the same order that he had built them all for her or whatever, out of, like, garbage and stuff. Just to try to be romantic or whatever back then. So, you know, he's a sweetie pie. That's basically what we're getting at. It's a very cute story. Except you can't walk up to Stonehenge like that, right? Oh, that's even cuter, right? Absolutely. And the pyramids. Okay, so maybe not the exact same order, because I think the pyramids weren't after that. Oh, they got pizza here. Pizza mids. Pizza pyramid. The Great Wall of China. Aren't there large parts of it that are like broken too? I feel like usually when I see pictures of it, they're like big broken chunks out of it. Why am I tearing up? Oh, I think we all know why, Stella. Is that really such a mystery? I don't blame you at all. This is the kind of thing you tear up at, you know? The statue of David. You can see his big old wang and all, dude. He tries to cover her face. Like, quit looking at his dick. Alright, Linry. Right onto a boat. In Venice?
Hey, Quint. I'm glad we went on this trip.
We'll come back again one day. Even more data. We're almost full on the data, so I guess when the data fills up, we'll be done with the Linnery flashbacks, perhaps, and we'll get to move on to the next act. This is all Act 2, by the way. Act 2. So they finally get back. Uh-oh. Linnery?
Are you alright? Yeah, just a bit airsick from the bumpy flight, I think.
Are you sure? I've never seen you get airsick before. I'll give your doctor a call. Let's get you checked out, just to be sure. Fucking Nat, dude. The Nat is back. He's back and he wants revenge. Son of a bitch, now you're not getting revenge today. You'll never avenge your brothers!
Pregnant?
Oh, preggers, huh? Yes, so it seems. Congratulations. Pardon me, is this not planned? I mean, no, but we did get it freaky in that tomb back in Egypt, so kind of explains some things. Do you have a mini bug zapper? I don't. I mean, is that something I should look up? I never thought about that. Honestly, like one of the bug zappers that you can just wave in the air, is that what you're talking about? That could be a good idea. Because then I don't actually have to like kill them with the force of whacking them. I just need to like touch them with it, right? And it'll just zip. Alright, so I have to look into. My mom caught so many mosquitoes in hers, I don't think she realizes she has to clean it sometimes. Oh, gross, yeah. Come on. My mom says a small plug-in one. Okay, like she just hangs it somewhere? I might have to look something like that up. Let me bring it up over here on my streaming PC. Just do a quick Amazon search. I never actually thought of that for some reason. Mini bug zapper. I'm sure there's something on Amazon for that. Oh yeah, indoor. Should put that. There we go. Yeah, there's some options there. Mosquitoes, gnat, moth, fruit flies. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll try that. Seems cool. Thanks for bringing that up, Crispy. I had not thought of that. There you go. Doesn't hurt to mention it, you know what I mean? It sits on her coffee table. It may or may not help. Nice, I love it. I did say the one I saw in there, it looked like it was some similar situation, and it did list gnats, so I hope that it works. I have a racket one called the Executioner. I had a friend who had one of those. I just fried a wolf spider before. Oh, damn. Nice. Yeah, I had a friend who had one. It looked like a tennis racket one or whatever. Yeah, and he used to touch us with it, and that was annoying. They had just got it. And of course, we're teenagers. We're just sitting there fucking zapping each other with it. Yeah, you know. All right, I need to go to the restroom really quick, guys, and then we will jump back into this. But for now, I'll see you here in a minute, all right? BRB, don't go away.
Monday, Undertale.
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. I'll be skins, you be more skins.
Tuesday, Imposter Factory.
Alright, brace yourselves for dead bodies, potentially. Oh my god, there's just more. Oh my god, there's just so many of them, dude.
Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Hello, Domm, the pun, the bun. Dom, the bun, and this is Bun Bun, the Pon Pon, the Bun Bun. It's funny how it's like easy to mix it.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Should we click on his butt? Aw, we can't deduce anything from his butt. Dead ass though. First he killed the Cadopian emissary staff member. Then he was...
Friday, Yakuza 0.
The most sacred form of Shura Pipi is my Pipi. It bestows enormous kulipas. Alright, if you know what I mean. Guys, check this out. We shall experience it together shortly. Go and cleanse your body of impurities. Figure something out I could do earlier. Boom. Oh, that needs to refresh. Hold on. I have this coin that's supposed to have my webcam pop up on it, but it didn't work there.
Monday,
I might have to.
Undertale.
Damn it, I might have to
You want to go play volleyball in the sand?
Let's do it. Damn it, I thought that was going to be fun. I was going to be trapped in a little coin.
More
One
skins.
Can I get this to work?
Tuesday, Imposter Factory.
Huh, that's not working. Brace yourselves for dead bodies, potentially. Well, I'll have to look more into that.
Oh my god, there's just
I thought that was going to be fun.
God,
Turned out it was nothing. All right, let's get back to the game. I'm back. Hates wolf spiders, but they are my friends. Oh man, if you can be friends with wolf spiders, you're a bigger man than I, because wolf spiders are fucking aggressive. I don't blame your mom. They do bite and they jump, so yeah, I wouldn't be sorry either. Still, Crispy has some scary friends, let's just say that. She'll have her friends beat you up. No, sorry, Crispy. I have very bad reactions to spider bites. Gotta do what I gotta do. Yeah, definitely don't blame me there. That spider made a mistake by exposing itself. It needs to stay in its little fucking hole, wherever the fuck it lives, and never, ever get in your line of sight if it wants to survive. Yeah, I don't know if they can actually jump technically. Well, I mean, I don't know what technically means, but I've definitely seen one fucking get air. So, I don't know. Unless it wasn't a wolf spider, I guess that could be what it was. I mean, I was told it was a wolf spider. All I know is I was fucking terrified. That's about all I know. Anyways.
But, doctor, my files.
Yes, I know about your condition. Wolf spiders typically don't jump. They only do that if provoked. Right, yeah, but they can jump. That's the thing. And a jumping spider is fucking terrifying. Because they got that leg strength, you know what I'm saying? They gonna launch themselves. A jumping spider can jump, but a funnel web flings itself forward, for example. It's not considered jumping. Oh, okay, Jesus Christ, sorry. Can't we just have a fucking conversation about something? I didn't know we were getting super technical. Anyways, Jesus Christ.
Then, can I really still...
Honestly, it's a legitimate concern. But how do I put this? Most people have some form of hereditary risk factors to pass on, Linry. Now, if it's something with extreme risk like Huntington's, deterrence might be called. But with other serious but common types, such as cancer, then it's typically not. Your rare condition, on the other hand. Sorry. You sound like you're that person that's like, technically, you know, the person everybody fucking hates. Just don't, technically, you know? You know what I mean, right? Although also severe, it falls somewhere in between. So what does she have then? Did they say it and I missed it? Because he listed a couple of things, but I don't think they've actually said what her thing is, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not exactly encouraging it, but there are other issues. But this is a decision that only you two can make. So whether or not to actually have the kid because there could be complications because of her genes or whatever. I'm just trying to defend the. Nobody's attacking spiders, Crispy. You're just being annoying. Like, honestly, just trying to have a conversation and just talk about how scary a spider is and then being corrected is just, it's not a very fun conversation, I gotta say. Because, like, whether it's technically jumping or not doesn't matter. Just, like, with the point I'm trying to make, you know what I mean? I feel like that's, like, one of those things where you gotta read the room. Where it's like, this is not the time to lay a fact on somebody. We're just talking about something. You don't always have to be teaching people stuff. And that's not just you that does that. We all do that at times, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that's why I was bagging on you. I've been that person before. Technically, yeah. And I have too. So I get it. But we all need to know when that kind of information is actually going to be fun to hear and when it's just kind of annoying. What are you thinking? Are we really considering this? I don't know, but we have to make a decision. You did say you wanted a family, right? Yeah, but this is about more than just what I want. I mean, not too long ago, I was still preoccupied by my own livelihood. I suppose I've been doing well lately, but still. Maybe we can book some tests. Medical advances have come a long way. That'd only tell us the odds. It'd be a risk either way. And even with all that aside, to become parents and all. What about you, Quince? I mean, would you even want to start a family? Honestly? Before my grandmother passed away, she was the only family I had for so long. I can barely remember being together with my parents, but I still remember the feeling. To have our own family. This game got heavier when I didn't expect it. Yeah. We had this like super touching thing that was happening for a little bit. Like, oh, look at them going on their little vacation. It's so sweet. And then it kind of drops this bomb on us. Is like where she's pregnant. And if she does have the baby could die from complications or just have like a really hard life from complications, you know? And it's like, damn, dude. Now all of a sudden we're considering like abortion and stuff. Is that what we're saying? For the sake of the baby's life. Damn, that's some heavy stuff, dude. And honestly, it sounds rather nice. But as you said, this is about more than just that. I'm afraid, Quince. Me too. But it's our decision to bear. I'm trying to upset us. Shakes my head. Yeah, dude, they're just jerking us around. Our fucking feelings are on a roller coaster right now. For what it's worth, just know that whichever we choose, I'll see it through with you till the end. It's just crazy to think that Quincy doesn't remember any of this. Oh, wow. Look, that made it so you can see the rest of the background. How the mansion picture is bigger. You guys see it? I mean, obviously you do. Night mode exposed me. No. Oh, that's funny. Here, I can fix it really quick. Let's make that look a little bit better. I was just lazy. I was just like, all right, I'll just slap it back there. Nobody will know. And then you exposed me like that. Oh shit, it's over on the main scene. I didn't even need to switch scene. Yoink. There we go. That looks better. Wait, what did I do? Well, you used night mode. What night mode did was it exposed the fact that I don't explain it again. I just said it, doggo. I'm sorry, dude, but I'm not gonna fucking repeat myself. Getting kind of distant, huh? This is a really hard decision for her, isn't it? Got 3 more bars of data left. Getting the ultrasound. And right there.
Yep, there's the heartbeat. Did you say heartbeat?
I see it. So they decided to have the baby then?
And over here is the arm.
We got an arm, Linry.
And the other arm.
Got 2 of them, Linry.
Wow.
The miracle of childbirth.
Comfy shoes for sure, and don't forget your prenatal vitamin. And most importantly, sleep, so you can have something to reminisce about.
Okay. Let's see, Mr. Lemur already went through this. He's a little ahead of these guys right now.
Well, we were thinking Tobias, if boy, and Gabrielle, if girl. Oh, and those are both lovely names. Dear, come on. This is wonderful news.
Yeah. Take extra good care, okay, Lynn?
I will. By the way, you know you can already find out, right?
Oh, it's cute again. That's that roller coaster, Leela. It's that roller coaster. We're about to hip on another dip, I think. Right when it gets good. Wait, find out what? The gender of it, right? I mean, I thought it was supposed to be the future. They're kind of being a little old-fashioned when it comes to the gender of the baby, aren't they? Waiting for them to try to upset us again. Oh, it's gonna happen. At some point, oh look, she's getting a bunch of food because she's having her cravings. I think this is like a very adorable version of like an ultrasound thing. We got our little belly poking out. Oh, Doggo wants a recap? Okay, let me try to broad stroke it for you, Doggo. We've done 2 recaps, so I'm gonna try to keep it as brief as I can. So, what we've gone through, this is Imposter Factory. And in Imposter Factory, we start out as a character named Quincy. Quincy is going to this mansion for some party, and while he's at the mansion, he keeps finding dead bodies for some reason. And it's the bodies of the people who own the mansion. So he keeps going back to the bathroom to wash his hands because he thinks it's making this time loop happen, where every time he comes out of the bathroom, the people aren't dead anymore. But by the end of all that, he keeps doing that because he just keeps finding dead bodies. He actually finds out that Linry, this girl that he seemingly just met, is actually operating some sort of VR program thing, I guess. We're not 100% sure. I mean, we kind of have an idea, but I can't say for sure what she's doing exactly, but she ends up sending us down this path of her memories from when she was a little girl all the way to the point we're at now. And what we found out through these memories is that Quincy, our main character, actually was in love with Linry, and they had this life together since they were in college. And they've are gonna have a baby together right now. So, but one thing that's specific about Linry, though, that makes her sort of special is that she's been sick since she was a child. She's had like a brain tumor or something. I don't think it's exactly told us what she has, but it's basically something that could kill her at any moment. And so it's always been like a fear of hers that she's not going to live a full life. So she's been trying to, apply herself a lot. So she's super smart, and she's become a scientist. And the science that she works on has to do with memories. And she's helping these scientists, this group called the U. Hughes Foundation, to create a machine that can alter people's memories. And so this machine, we know from previous games, ultimately goes on to be a main machine for Sigmund Corp, which is this company that edits people's memories right before they die to make them think that they did something that they wanted to do. They achieved their best goal, and then they die. So, yeah. So right now we're in the middle of Linry's memories, and we're going through the phase where apparently apparently Linry quit her job as a scientist because someone died during one of the tests, and so she quit and decided to just try to live her life with Quincy, her boyfriend or whatever, soon to be husband or something, I don't know, significant other, let's say that. And so they went on this trip around the world, and during that trip apparently they boned and she got pregnant, and so when they got back she was pregnant, and they're worried that the baby's gonna have some sort of complication like she did because it's genetic. And so yeah, this is sort of like a bittersweet thing with that in mind. So there you go. There's your recap, my dude.
Well, it looks like. What is it? Yep, it's a boy. So Tobias?
And so he comes home with some ice cream for her and some, I don't know, groceries or something. She's in bed. She's like, hell yeah, ice cream for breakfast. Fuck yeah.
Oh, and this one. This'll look so adorable on little Toby. That looks a little big for a newborn, Mom. Oh, Lynn, we won't have time to shop like this when the time comes.
How's this?
Mm-hmm.
And this?
Mm-hmm.
And what about
This! Stop! You're gonna startle the baby.
such like they're like the perfect couple, you know? It's a fairy tale relationship, you know what I mean?
It's beautiful. Ready? Here we go. It's a little anticlimactic when we all got spoiled already.
Psh, I'm not gonna let you miss the chance for a reveal party.
Well, at least you're not using a smoke machine.
At least you're not causing a fucking forest fire. That's what I would have said. You better pick up that garbage, too.
I felt a kick. That was just my stomach growling. Oh, yeah. Maybe dinner first. Wait. Was that your stomach too? No. That wasn't... Nope. That wasn't your stomach? Yep, still beating strong in there, the little guy. And seems like... Uh-oh. What is it? Is something wrong with the baby? No, the baby seems fine. It's just...
Like twins or something?
You know, just out of a precaution, let me book you a couple extra tests in the coming weeks. Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, that's not good. Seems like a doctor trying to keep the patient calm type of situation, you know what I mean?
Your childhood home, huh? Yeah, I wanted to take you here for a long time now. If only we lived closer to it. Better late than never.
Are your parents still there?
So, is this where you keep your nostalgic treasure? Well, there's always something.
I'll get a little more data. Need 2.5 bars more. I feel like my tweet for this game today does not reflect the energy that we've gone through today. very much focused on the violent part of the game so far with all the dead bodies. And we like haven't seen very many dead bodies. And not zero dead bodies, but we haven't seen very many. Wow, you sure read a lot of books as a kid.
Yeah, I'd love to. Made me feel like I lived many different lifetimes.
It's ISM, doggo. You almost had it. You're real close. Yeah, you did. It's a Stella-ism, so it's ISM, not IAM. Try that, and it should work. It's weird how I can imagine you saying that as a kid with a straight face. Huh. The Little Prince. Yeah, my dad gave this to me so many years ago. It's strange how, as the years went by, its story meant something different to me. Hey, let's bring it back. Maybe we can read it to Toby one day. Yeah, there you go, Stella. You got it. Yeah, see the new format as well, Stella? Oh, I guess I need to add a space after said. There's no space there. Less star, mint, less sugar, sentence. Yay. Oh, what's the question mark? Question mark. The less star crew? Oh, maybe that is what you said. Maybe the question marks is what you had said. Okay. I may have gotten thrown off, but I mean, maybe that's what you typed. I'd have to double check just to make sure. There you go. That worked for you, doggo. Tommy meant Domm. Tommy, I have a suggestion. There you go. Some Stella-isms. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Toby.
The child that you forgot, Quincy. And the wife, baby mama, you forgot as well. The fuck, dude? What kind of man are you?
Linry? Yeah, I'm okay.
Uh-oh, she about to bust, huh? That's how the kids say it, right?
I'm just...
Oh, no. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, that's not what I thought was gonna happen. I thought her water was gonna break. Okay, I think I can lay my theory down. Ready? Sure. Head us for this, Stella. What's your theory? What you got? Let's hear what Stella thinks. Should I wait to go through this? Fuck, I'm going through it, Stella. Tell me your theory, though. No, this game is evil. Yeah, that's how these games go, Layla. Oh, back to this ambulance again. Just like when she was a little girl, except this time, she's a full-grown woman. Don't tell me they lost the baby.
Are you sure?
I'm afraid so. We've ran multiple scans. The development is acute. It seems to be worsening rapidly.
Why now, of all times? And the baby?
The baby appears to be fine, but... Well, because we caught this so early, there is time to treat you, Linry.
That's good.
Yeah, it's not certain, but the prognosis is decent if we start treatment immediately. No, wait, that's my theory. The game is evil. Nice. That's a valid theory. Could Quincy have repressed his own memory or developed dementia, and his wish was to understand his life, and they had to use Linry's memories to complete his final wish, and they both die? Well, maybe, yeah. I don't know that I can think of anything that's happened to disprove that. That's certainly not what I was thinking, but I think that could still be a valid thing here, for sure. I think right now my theory is that, I don't know how strongly I feel about this theory, but you know, we're all dealing with partial information, right? I think that maybe the Quincy that we are playing as is simply a construct for Linry to do something. Now, I don't know what she's doing. She must be doing something for Quincy, right? And I'm saying that because she specifically said earlier, before we went down this whole rabbit hole with her memories, that this was supposed to be about you. And so that, to me, definitely says that Quincy is the patient, I think. I mean, it doesn't definitely say, but it strongly suggests to me that Quincy is the patient, since it's supposed to be about Quincy, is what she said. Linry said that. And I think that the Quincy we're playing as is simply just a construct. And it's just like a representation of Quincy, but it's not actually Quincy himself. Sort of like those copies that we've seen in earlier ones. But I guess I don't really have a theory about how it all fits together. Like, I don't know what Quincy wanted. Because I think right now, this is just, I don't know, I had the strong feeling that Linry was just trying to buy herself some time by sending this Quincy version through this memory lane thing. But I don't know. My theory's not complete because I feel like I just need more data. But those are like the small pieces I'm putting together anyways. But I think you definitely have a valid theory. It could be that as well. You know, Gate Game, to be fair. Uno is a gate. A gate game. A great game. Absolutely. If we start treatment immediately. Wait, to start immediately?
Is that okay?
For the baby? Unfortunately, no. We'd need to prematurely induce birth before starting treatment.
Induce birth? But it's too early.
I know. We have facilities to try to keep the baby alive in that case, but the birth this early is often not without lasting complications.
And if we withhold my treatment until he's ready?
Then we miss the optimal window to help you. There should be time for the baby to continue development uninterrupted. But for you... Oh, damn it, I barely missed him. I poked right next to him. Even in the best case, delayed treatment would still result in life-altering impairment. And in the worst case, well...
Doctor, we need you in room 5.
I'll give you two a moment to think about it. I know it's difficult, but given its nature, you need to make the decision promptly. I'm sorry you have to choose. That is rough.
What were we even thinking? How did I ever think this would be a good idea?
It's my fault. You wouldn't have it if it weren't for me. That's not why
It was all like a hazy dream, you know?
There's no good decision. Right, yeah, there is no good decision here. Yeah, absolutely, it is. It's a dilemma for sure.
Traveling the world with you, preparing for the baby. This past year, it was so normal. I just didn't want to wake up.
You should get the treatment.
What?
I'm saying it so you don't have to.
Quincy.
I'll do my best to take care of him regardless. But you... it's the only way that you'll ever even be able to.
That's not fair to him.
Neither would it be for him to grow up without a mom.
That's something we should have thought of way before.
We made a mistake, okay? I made a mistake. We can't change the past, but we can still decide from this point on.
Quince.
I wonder if it has something to do with this somehow. We can't lose you. So, There's a piece of evidence that we've seen that I have to know if I'm interpreting it correctly. But so when Linry got to work for the first time and she talked to that doctor guy that ended up dying, she was talking about her paper, and he said that they already knew everything that was in her paper and that her paper wasn't discovering anything new. Now, there's two ways I can take that. I think the way we might supposed to take it is that they chose her not because of how smart she was or what she did. They chose her because she has this condition. Because there's another piece of evidence where one of the doctors almost says that. But it could also be that they already knew everything because they somehow figured out how to actually go back in time and edit their memories. But I think that's too fantastical for this. I think that's because they've always been limited by not being able to actually change history, but just change your remembering of it. So I don't know. It just this moment makes me think about that because of like they made a mistake. If they could go back, they would change something. So if you can go back and make yourself think something else, then maybe you actually could change the future. And maybe that's more what this is about, how to actually change the future rather than just change a memory or something. I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Testing ethics on her? I don't know that I would interpret it that way, Stella. Maybe you'd have to explain to me what you mean by testing ethics on her. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. They are in the waiting room. So she's going in for treatment, I guess. Oh, they're gonna go induce the birth first, right? That would make sense. She's not going in for treatment, yeah, because they gotta induce the birth. So that's what they're probably doing then. She understands the science and she has this condition, so she would be a case study for them. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I guess I just need to know why, right? I feel like that would answer that question, right? If we just knew why her condition was why, because they've never really told us specifically what her condition is either, right? I think like the most we've gotten is like she might have brain cancer of some sort, I guess, but I feel like they've never actually come out and say that. But either way, like, I don't know. I wonder how that affects what the technology does, because they definitely strongly suggested that she was chosen because of that. And I do think that doctor saying that her paper didn't contain anything new definitely also hints at that, like that's more important here. And I don't know why, but I guess I don't know how what you're saying means ethics, but I think I see what you're trying to say. The fact that it's considered terminal. I don't know what, I feel like that's a half sentence. I need more than that, man. I don't know. What are you doing, doggo? I think you're just bored, dude. You not like this game, bud? Linry! You're awake.
Quince,
How are you feeling?
I feel okay.
The procedure went smoothly, Linry. We'll continue with the follow-ups, but so far, you're in the clear.
And the baby?
I just checked. We don't have any drop frames on this new encoder. Seems to be doing pretty good. Oh, you know what? I wanted to ask you guys. For anybody who's willing to do it for me, would you guys want to do a latency test? I'm just wondering if there's any less latency than possible. If you just want to tell me whether there's less or more than usual, that could do it as well. But even the number of seconds would be cool. But I'm trying a new encoder for you guys who didn't hear at the beginning of the stream. And it says that, or it kind of seems that it's describing that it should help with latency a little bit. So, yeah, just if anybody wants to do a check, you know, when you just count how long it takes to pop up, let me know. Just wanted to spend my points. Okay, I get it. He's stable right now. but we need to monitor him here for another couple of months. His organs aren't fully developed, and we're keeping him on ventilator. But even then, our help can only go so far. I'm not sure how he'll do as he grows up, but it won't be easy. Poor little guy. Do your best to take care of him, okay? Man, they got quantum computers, but they still dealing with the same technology we got for babies, huh? That quantum computer couldn't figure out something better. I explained myself well. The science of altering memory supposedly kills the patient, and she has a terminal disease, so possibly they chose her because she understands the risk of and will die anyways. I see what you mean. See, my thought, I actually had a similar thought, Stella, a little bit different. But my thought was that she wanted to be the one to test it because she was the one that was gonna die. Like she's like has a chance of dying, because that's kind of what I thought. Because she was supposed to be the one that tested the machine, but she was late because she was arguing or whatever with Quincy. They were having that discussion. And so that other guy got in the machine like in her place and died. And so I'm thinking maybe that has something to do with sort of what you're saying, where she would have been the one but I guess my thought is that she was making that decision, but you could be right in that they were also ultimately making that decision by bringing her on board, perhaps. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Honestly, that just kind of shows you how, like, I feel like it really is working for the story to tell it this way, because we have all these, like, thoughts and theories, and I think that's fun for me when we're going through a story like this. Sorry, misclick. Oh, no problem, Layla. So I'm assuming you mean it wasn't 1 second delay? Is that what you're saying? There's little Tobias. He seems to be all right. Oh, he's got to be in a wheelchair. Oh, man. Poor little guy. Oh, is he on oxygen as well? Oh, poor little dude. Little Tobias. Man, poor little dude. No, it looks like he's not. Uh-oh, he's not doing so hot. Oh, no. He's in the hospital. Little Tobias, dude. Because another thing that's weird is that, like, so our theories are all like she's doing this for Quincy, or like Stella's theory is that like they're kind of both doing this for each other. But why all the dead bodies at the beginning, and how does that play in? Like, why did the doctors keep dying? Okay, it looks like Tobias didn't die there. Just living with some complications, I suppose, huh? Shouldn't talk over so much of it. Take 13 seconds for a message to appear on your message board. I don't know if that's what you meant. Yeah, that is actually what I was asking there. Thank you. Is that like more or less or the same for you? Do you know? I know you're not around as much, Layla, because you're busy, but just that's sort of what I was trying to look at. It looks like I would say 13 is probably typical, so it doesn't seem like it's doing that much more. But there's some more settings I can play with as well, so maybe I'm just not setting it up right. Because this new encoder had a lot of settings, and I don't know that much about it all. So she's at her. Do we live at her childhood home now? Or we're just visiting her parents, maybe? Thanks for being patient with me. I have a fog brain and words are hard. Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, it's all good. Absolutely. I'm happy to be patient. And I totally understand that trying to explain something over a text can be very difficult. And the delay just makes it worse. It's not only is it through text, but also there's this delay that can kind of make things difficult. Because I feel like sometimes as a chatter, I've been here as well, where like the streamer says something and then I just like type a response to what they just said. But I'm not thinking about how there's like a 30-second delay or whatever. And the fact that they're going to finish their statement before they even read chat again. And then by the time they read my statement, my statement seems incomplete because they didn't just say that thing anymore. You know what I mean? And so it's just one of those things that makes it hard. That's why I miss Glimish for that, man. I really do. FTL, faster than light. Yeah, no, was it? Yeah, it was FTL protocol. Yeah, was fucking sweet, dude. What if Quincy snapped and his subconscious wanted to kill those that ultimately took his wife away from him? His interpretation, maybe. I like how we're getting a little more out there, I think, but I like it. I see it all the time on mobile. Yeah, it's easy to do, you know. That's why I try not to blame viewers for it, or I try not to make it seem like I think it's your guys' fault at all. Like, it's just, this is the situation that we're in, and we're making the best of it, you know. No problems there. Delay was mental, and it used to make me look stupid all the time. Yeah, especially on mobile, right? Yeah, because I think maybe that's part of what you're saying, because mobile adds like extra delay, it seems like, so that just makes it even worse, which is usually what Stella's on too, so I'm sure she's got a little extra delay because of that, you know? Maybe one day mobile will be caught up with browser, but I kind of doubt it.
In his current condition? Do you think it'd be okay to go out?
Linry.
Yeah. Okay.
You're being ridiculous right now, Linry. Quit being hysterical.
Just calmly, the somberly saying, okay.
You're being hysterical right now, Linry.
Are you hungry, Toby? Anything you want, just let us know. Dad, where are Mom and Grandpa going?
We're off to get you something real cool. So just hang in there, okay?
Okay.
Have a delay and look like a goob, I assume you mean, at times, than not be here at all. Hell yeah, too much fun here. Yeah, because sometimes the delay can be kind of a fun thing, you know. Every once in a while, like the whole mess of it could just be kind of funny, you know. It's usually when we're trying to have a more serious conversation that it's just like it's hard, you know. Like when, you know, Stella's trying to explain her theory to me and I'm not understanding exactly what she means by it or whatever. Those are the times when it's just getting in our way, you know. Oh hell yeah, dude! Gonna get the old telescope out, just like her dad did. Could use a little dusting, but still works like new.
I can't believe how long it's been.
Let's just hope the stars haven't left, huh? I wanted to wait until he was a little older.
Why is that?
Well, you only get to see it like that for your first time once. It's nice when it can be appreciated as more than just pretty lights in the sky.
Do you still remember when you first took me stargazing?
Is Toby on hospice? You know, I'm not sure because they haven't given us those intimate details, I feel like, or those like smaller details. It's just images. But I guess I'm not even sure what that means specifically, hospice. I can only assume what that means. So honestly, I'm not the person to ask. I know I'm the one playing the game, but fuck, I don't know. I just know that little Toby is sick. That's all I know. 100% agree. I'm glad school's over and I can hang out more. Hell yeah, we're glad too, Layla. We always love seeing you here. Fuck yeah.
How could I forget? I asked if you wanted to see a star or a lavender, and you said you wanted to be a star, so that
everyone else can see how lovely all the lavenders are. I lied, you know. I mean, at the time it was silly. I just wanted to make you proud. But later on, though I actually did strive to be a star, it was never really because I wanted to. It was only because I was afraid of missing my one chance to shine. I know I'm supposed to want to strive for greatness and leave my mark, but is it wrong if all I really wanted to be is just another lavender?
That's an interesting metaphor for that. I feel like I understand that thought process a little bit. I think we probably all thought about that stuff like that before. When the woman Naomi said, "Are you hungry? Anything you want?" It sounds like hospital or hospice, like making the person comfortable and having no restrictions. It's end of life care. Okay, gotcha. See, I didn't quite know that it was end of life care. He very well could be then, perhaps. Either that, or maybe it's just because it's his grandma. Because Naomi is his grandma, and it could just be a grandma being a grandma as well. You know what I mean? So that could also be it. I don't know about wanting to strive for greatness, Lynn, but I know those who leave a mark often never set out to do so. But they do so nevertheless, and often in the most unexpected ways. And hey, whether you like it or not, you sure left you sure left a mark on me. True grandmas say, fuck it, to all the rules. Yeah, absolutely. Grandmas are like, you want pancakes and cupcakes and sweet treats? You got it. I mean, sure, it might not mean something to the whole world, but meaning the whole world to someone still counts for something, right? As you do to me, and as I'm sure Toby does to you. I know you still blame yourself, Linry, but that won't do any good. Nobody's here forever, so all we can do is to make the most of what we're given, and that includes time. Let's go take him to see the wonders this world still has to offer,
Yeah.
Okay, that's all we got here. Okay. Touching scene. Very touching. Uh-oh. Oh, not. Oh, no. Come on. Come on, dude. Okay. What was that? God, the look on Linry's face. My God. What happened, dude? The music's changing. Oh, no. Brace yourselves, people. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Toby, can you hear me?
Please, send someone right away. No, he's not.
Toby's glowing. What? It's the boy. Touch the boy. What the fuck? So, if you're right, still, and it is for both of them, do you think they would just erase Toby? Let's just act like we never had our son, and we made the right decision. How horrible would that be looking back, you know what I mean? This game! Yeah, exactly, Layla. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Oh, Stella, that actually reminds me. I found that I actually probably can have a way for you to name your clips. At least as much as I can do it myself, because I was looking last night, and actually I can rename clips if I've clipped it. And so because when you're using the command, it uses my account, that means I can rename the clip. And so I'm thinking about adding an optional parameter to the clip command where you can put a title in if you wanted, and then it'll save that title in the database with it, and then I can go back and title it that title. So that's something I'm thinking about as well. You just reminded me by using that. A statement out of context will be interesting. Clip, touch the boy. I feel like I've said stuff like that before, too, to be honest. I always just like saying the boy for some reason. But he's just a boy. That would help you on post-production, right? Yeah, I mean, you don't have to name them, because, I mean, if I want them to have names, I can just give them names if I really wanted to, I guess. But if you ever had, like, a specific name or whatever, then I just want to let you know that I think I found a way that I can still make that happen. Because right now I have them in the database just so I know that you're the one that made the clip, but I can also name it whatever you wanted as well. But like I said, it can just be optional. Because I know you need to like use the command right away. You know what I mean? So you don't want to waste that time maybe thinking of a title while the moment is quickly slipping away. So that's sort of like the reason why I've kind of hesitated on it. So Toby died, and now we have Linry. She seems to be pretty somber and sad. She's going over to her lab coat, and she took her lab coat out of some storage boxes, it looks like. And so it looks like she's now, on her way back to the mansion. And maybe this is where it all starts. We must be close to Act 3. This must be like the end of Act 2. Right? This seems like an act. Yeah, I think that was Quincy calling her. She took up the residence. It looks like she's left Quincy to go pursue what she was doing before. Poor guy. So she's just living her life, doing the only thing I guess she knows how to do. I guess that's Quincy calling her again. She sighs and just puts it down. Now I'm sad again. Fuck this game. Rip Toby. Absolutely. Fuck this game. Rip Toby. Also, no, it's no longer the MRI machine or whatever. Now it's something else, huh? They're creating the first helmet, essentially, right? Isn't that pretty much what they're doing? Yeah, there it is. There's the helmet. Yeah, see, now it's getting smaller. This is a really cool way of showing a technology advancing, you know, how it's actually getting smaller. I mean, by now they must have shown that they can do it. Yeah, see, now it's just a small disc. Sooner or later, it's a helmet you can just plop on your head. Oh, we're so close to filling all the data. We're like half a bar. I gotta think that as soon as we fill up that data bar, it's gonna be Act 3. This must be like the last scene. What time is it? Oh, okay. Well, start of Act 3 is when we're ending the stream. I didn't realize what time it was. I'd like to help, so if weight exists, I would totally do it, and I won't use quotations. I appreciate you, Stella. Yeah, it's all good. It's less this thing I'm talking about with the whole naming them is less of a help thing, and more of like I want you to be able to put your flair on it. Like if you thought of a really good name for it, like a funny pun or something, I want you to be able to apply it. But at the same time, I have to consider the time constraint because it only does the last 30 seconds from when you use the clip. So, you know, we got to think about it. Because I could even make a command where it's like, maybe you clip it and then it also reads you back like that was clip number 47. And then you can run like a name clip command and then do name clip 47, here's the name. And that way you could immediately use the clip command and then go back and name it in the chat, never having to leave the chat. You know what I mean? So that's a possibility that we can do as well. It shouldn't be hard to implement that. But yeah. Dr. Kim. Linry, everything's ready for tomorrow's presentation. Oh, wow, they've really aged, haven't they? Look at Linry as an old woman. The tests all went through without a hitch.
Great work, Al. You should go get some rest. They'll be here early tomorrow.
You're still working?
Yeah. One more test never hurts.
Not gonna argue with you there.
You better not. I'll kick your ass, boy.
So is this one last test gonna be what she's doing right now? But how does it end up with the doctors dying? So she puts it on her head. The very first one. So I'm just kind of wondering, you think we're ever going to see Neil and Eva? This all kind of seems like it's happening before they ever, like, the Sigmund Corp ever existed. So This might just be a straight up prequel. It just, some of the stuff seems more advanced at the same time, so that's why I'm kind of confused.
Initialize.
Oh, here, let me do my robot voice.
Welcome back, Doctor.
System. Run a stress test via artificial memory convergence.
Please choose test entity reference.
Search memories for snow. Wait. There. Go back.
Be interesting if she found out doing something that if the person doesn't die in the end, that there's some sort of weird consequence or something. That could be an interesting thing. I don't know, I feel like there's gonna be some sort of reveal that we haven't seen yet. Just watching it all in reverse.
Entity selection confirmed. Keep personality and traits.
Yes.
Keep extrapolated memories.
No. Use generic memories.
So this is when we were created, the Quincy that we're playing. So we are just a construct? I guess I was maybe right about that, maybe?
Please select memory setting for artificial insertion.
It doesn't matter. Choose one for me.
Memory loaded. Visit to Yu Hain's estate.
Okay, yeah, this is where we started the game. So yeah, this is her setting it up.
That's fine.
She took over her old self. That's pretty crazy. I haven't seen that technology before.
Initiating foreign entity to memory setting. Entity activation in 3, 2, 1.
Data complete. So then there's me, Quincy, seeing that my creation. God damn it, fucking Nat, get out of here. I can't wait till I get that bug zapper now. Fucking Crispy, thank you again for saying that. I hope it works. God, get out of here. Fucking Nat, I fucking hate him. What does it all mean? Yeah, right, so I wonder, okay, so hold on. You think she's trying to delete him from her memory, maybe? Because, okay, so she's incepting herself as an old woman, and she's left Quincy completely and just started working on this technology. And now she's using it on herself, so she's the one in the machine. Quincy is not attached to it at all. But it was supposed to be about him. So maybe it means that she was deleting him from her memory. Or something, I'm not sure. But this is pretty crazy. Paw put a spell on me? What are you talking about, doggo? So you've reached the end. Oh, Papa. Oh, you're over in Papa's stream right now. Okay. I got you, bud. We're over here doing our own thing. You can keep Papa stuff in his stream and keep Dom stuff in my stream. You don't. I notice that you do that a lot, Doggo, where you'll be in one person's stream and you'll come tell us about it. And it's like, it's cool that you're having a good time, bud, but you know, we have our own thing going on in here. And so it's just kind of weird when you do that. So I just suggest to maybe not do that as much. Just, if you're going to be over here, have a good time over here, okay? Because we're in the middle of something here, okay? Anyways. Are you actually... She revealed her true self. I know you have more questions, but I have an urgent theory that needs your help testing. Would you come back to the mansion with me? I don't really have a choice, do I? No, she's abandoning that old version of herself, huh? She's just like, this is who I am. He knows now. So, okay. We're in her memories. I still don't understand the people dying, the doctors dying, but it's also a note to say that it's weird that Quincy isn't being reset on the time loops and stuff. Like, he's like some sort of anomaly in that regard. Maybe that's partially why what she's doing here. I don't know, part of her theory. We have to find out. But now that it is part 3, we need to try to save, but it looks like I can't save unless I'm not in a conversation. So we'll continue until I can save. So there we are. Downstairs. What is it? I mean, what isn't it? But for one, I guess I'm still trying to get used to this being the real you. Hey, I didn't mean that in a bad way. And even then, why would you care about what I think anyway? Downstairs. Yeah, I love how the dynamic of these two characters has completely changed now that we know all that. That's kind of cool. Oh wow, the crystal's like projecting all this stuff? Whoa, what? She's got all the people down here.
Whoa. She seems preoccupied. Maybe I should sneak around first.
Not yet, because this is where we need to save. I was just getting carried away. This looks cool though. So this is where we're starting next week. What a cliffhanger. But hey, what better place than at the beginning of Act 3? You know what I'm saying? So let's save. And it's pretty much perfect timing, right? Yeah, I mean, look at that. 9:29. Can't ask for better than that, dude. Boom. Let's do it again. Boom. You know what? 3 times. Boom. All right. We've saved thoroughly. We're good. All right. Well, that is the stream for the night, everybody. This one is the most interesting to me. I like how it's built up. Oh, absolutely. I can agree. It definitely is the most interesting. But honestly, I got to acknowledge that part of the reason why it's so interesting is because of the other games. You know what I mean? Because knowing everything that we know from those games, I feel like really is. I mean, especially for me and you, Stella, I feel like our theories are really fueled by what we already know. You know, it's pretty cool. Oh, sorry, Caps Hot. No, I just figured that meant you were loving this so much, Layla. And I'm glad you are, because I'm definitely liking it. I would have to say it is my favorite, but like I said, it's partially only so powerful because of the earlier stories and stuff. It's pretty cool. Let's see here. I did not get the community night thing updated over here yet. Let me do that. Really fast. So for the rest of the week, though, while I do that, I can talk about that. We have, let's see, tomorrow is Wednesday, so we'll be playing some more, or not Crash, I almost said Crash Bandicoot. We're playing Spyro, Pon Pon the Bun Bun, rather, and that's going to be Year of the Dragon, so we're going to be continuing on with that. I think we probably still got a couple streams with that, do we? Or are we almost done with that one? We were in the second to the last area, so I think we still have to finish that. And then maybe the last area, and then we're on. So we're either close to the end or we're at the end, but I don't exactly remember. But either way, come by and we get to see some more floppy-eared Pon. Thursday, we're going to be continuing our Ace Attorney streams. So obviously, so we got, so we're actually starting a new one, I believe, right? We're going to be starting the actual final case in Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth. So don't miss that. That's going to be exciting. I can't wait to see how it ends. And just to let you guys know, I've already located a copy of the translated, I should say fan translated, I will add, version of the Edgeworth Investigations 2. So we will be able to go on to Edgeworth Investigations 2. So that'll be pretty cool. I was glad that I found one that was pre-translated and I didn't have to apply the patch, but yeah, because it was never released in America. That's why it had to be fan translated apparently. So pretty cool that I could find that. Pretty excited. And then on Friday, we're going to be continuing Yakuza 0. And that we're actually getting pretty close to the end of Yakuza 0 as well. I think we could end up hitting the end soon, but I think when we hit the end of Yakuza 0, we'll probably still play it for a little bit to try to do a little bit more of the side quest stuff. I'm not going to say I'm going to 100% the game because I'm just not. There's too much in the game to say that I'm going to do that, but I think we will do a little bit more of the cabaret stuff and I don't know, maybe just try to do more of the side quests because there's a lot of really good side quests in that game. So we're going to try to get as much of the content out of it as we can, is essentially what I'm trying to say. But yeah, that's Friday. And then over the weekend, I don't think we have anything really big planned. You know, we got Papa streaming on Saturday. We might do something on Sunday. It's still pretty much up in the air. Oh, that I need to update the community night picture there. But yeah, I don't think we have anything too big. I might do another Ace Attorney watch. I'll probably try to do one because I want to finish it up. We're pretty close to the end of Ace Attorney anime. So yeah, look out for that on Sunday. Hopefully I'll be around for that. I'll be pinging you guys in the Discord. So if you're interested, just remember to check the Discord on Sunday. Hopefully you got those notifications turned on. Let's see here. Oh, so glad to have you hang out today. Be careful on your walks for the duck or true penises, and see you again soon. Hell yeah. Dom, thank you for streaming as always, and have a great rest of the night. You as well as well as the rest of you as well. I will be forever cautious of geese and their true penises. Don't you worry, Stella. It's great to be back. Hell yeah. Thank you much for the stream. Have a great night. You too. And thank you so much for hanging out with me. So we are going to raid out. We'll probably go ahead and raid over to Papa. Oh yeah, don't forget to buy that indoor insect trap, Dom. That does sound like it'd be pretty legit. You know what? Let's see if there's anybody streaming this game as well. Preferably somebody who's not streaming the part I'm at. Nope, I'm the only one. Okay, I thought I might be, but it's always worth a shot to take a look, right? All right, so since there's nobody else streaming that, we're just gonna send it over to one of our friends, probably Papa, but let me take a look. All right, let me do some shout outs for some people who are online. Let's see. Maverick's online. He's playing Ninja Gaiden. I know those all just came to Game Pass recently, so if you want to hang out with some Maverick comic, definitely go over there, hang out with him. ESG Domino's on. He's playing some Rocket League. We got Take That Terra playing some Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. We can't raid that because we're gonna play that one day. I love Terra, but it's like so hard because we love the same game, so it's so hard to raid him because of that. Anyways, let's see. Got Lay Richard. He's playing The Quarry right now. The Quarry is a pretty interesting game. I'm actually gonna be playing that in October. I plan on doing that. Toasty Bear is playing some Tunic. We raided her a few times. And there you go. And then we're going to be raiding into Papa, who is playing some Jack and Daxter. There you go. That's everybody that got showing for me. There might be more people, and they're just not on the list, but those are the people I'm showing out. Sometimes when you say Papa, I play the song in my head. I like it when you call me Big... I like it when you call me Big Papa. I only smoke blunts that are rolled proper. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That, Biggie Smalls, right? I think it's a Biggie Smalls song. All right, let's get this raid ready. So I'll just put it raid. There you go. Oh, got me clipping me singing Big Papa. All right, let's see. That was perfect. Yeah, that's a line I say all the time because I think it's funny. I only smoke blunts if they're rolled proper. I think that's a funny line. Yeah, smashed it. Thanks, guys. That was my Biggie Smalls impression. Papa Wolf. All right, was there anything else I wanted to talk to you guys about? Oh, we do have the 24-hour stream. I hope you guys all already know. Oh shit, that is really big. That is not as big as I thought it was gonna be. Yoink. 24-hour takeover! Sunday, the 10th of July, 2022. Starting at 7:45 Universal Time, which is basically UK time. BST. But it is what we base all of our Universal Time off of, so there you go. 24-hour takeover. Just look at it. Just look at it. Be there. You can be there at any point in the day, too. You know, we're going to be there for 24 hours. You don't have to be there for the whole thing, but be there for some of it. You know, we might have to come up with a 24-hour schedule for you guys to let you guys know what's up with that. So maybe we'll come up with that here pretty quick and show you guys that. So, but I think we're ready for the raid. So why don't we go ahead and get it going? All aboard. Mobile Twitch no longer allows me to copy text. What? Really? That's lame. Huh. I wonder what... I don't know if we can come up with a solution for that. I can't fix a bad mobile app, unfortunately. But that sucks still. I'm sorry to hear that. We'll just throw a couple of Domm bombs in there. You know, he knows. He knows. He doesn't need the whole miss. It's just Papa. Papa knows. Yeah, it is weird. That's weird. All right, guys, we are ready to raid. So thank you all for jumping on that raid. I hope you guys had a wonderful night hanging out with me. And until I see you next time, stay happy, stay healthy. I love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow for some Pon the Bun Bun. All right, have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye.